There are moments in technology that feel like a hinge point in history. And there's no doubt in my mind that we're living through one right now. Artificial intelligence, the most transformative technology of our generation. And that's something that feels real with each passing day. And as a result of decades of research, machine learning, deep learning, the development of revolutionary architectures like transformers, and the limitless scale of cloud computing, all coming together one point in time. Today, we are privileged to have two of the central figures of that convergence on stage with us to discuss how the next decade is going to shape up. First, we'll have a man who is arguably the world's most influential educator and pioneer in artificial intelligence. Andrew Ng, Executive Chairman of Landing AI and founder of Deep Learning.ai. As the founding lead of the Google Brain team, his work resulted in one of the most iconic breakthroughs of the deep learning era. Transformers, of course, demonstrating that a massive neural network could learn to recognize cats simply by watching YouTube videos. But his greatest impact may lie in his mission to democratize knowledge. As the co-founder of Coursera and founder of Deep Learning.ai, he has personally taught and inspired millions of people, turning a complex field into an accessible skill for a global generation. Andrew, welcome.
Thanks, Judah. I feel like we've known each other more years than I care to remember.
Great to see you, as always. And joining us from Seattle is Swami Sivasubramanian, Vice President of Agentic AI at Amazon Web Services and a member of Amazon's senior team. At AWS, Swami previously led the teams that built foundational services like Amazon SageMaker and Amazon Bedrock. They empower hundreds of thousands of businesses to move AI from a proof of concept out into the real world. He currently leads the teams building AWS agentic solutions like Amazon Bedrock Agent Core. He's also served as a member of the National Artificial Intelligence Advisory Committee, which was tasked with advising the President of the United States on topics related to the National AI Initiative. Welcome, Swami.
Hey, thanks for having me, Sridhar. Excited to be here and looking forward to the conversation.
This is going to be a fun conversation. Well, we're going to start off with the ongoing debate about competitive advantage in AI, whether it comes from data that is used to feed the models or data that sits outside that the models can take advantage of, or the models themselves, or the code that sits on top of the models and data. And as you know, I tell people, like, if you don't like what the current conventional wisdom is, wait for a couple months and there'll be a new convention. What is your best insight on where things will go?
That's a good one. I think both sides changing the AI era. ChatGPT has a very strong consumer brand, and so that consumer brand recognition is defensible. And elsewhere, I feel like often the nature of the moat is the nature of the industry rather than the nature of AI technology. So by using AI to accelerate to build a two-sided marketplace, and that could be very defensible. By using AI to accelerate to build brand benefits or something else. I find that developers, we switch tools all the time, and so the most development tools, some of the OMs, may not be that weak, because what I see is if there's a better OM, we switch API calls on a dime, so the API moats is weak. So I think when I look at this, I often analyze the moats as a function of the industry rather than a function of AI technology. I wish I had a better answer.
Well, that is fascinating, because you're also saying that the things that we think of as conventional defensive moats, for example, consumer brand recognition for a certain task, I think all of us continue to believe that will continue to be. In other words, ChatGPT having 1 billion plus users and kind of becoming the default go-to place for someone wanting a general purpose chat experience. I think that itself is interesting. And your point about marketplaces, well, yes, they might be AI powered, but the marketplace itself is going to have staying power is also interesting.
But one weird thing,
Yeah.
the software modes is weakening. Previously, and a huge team developed this software over many years that was really hard to replicate.
Yeah.
With AI assisted coding, that mode is weakening recently.
Fascinating. Swami, you get a frontline view into how this is evolving. What do you think?
I think Andrew Fraser right. The consumer one, let's say we keep it aside because consumer, it becomes a daily habit, which is the daily habit is going to always be the one different kinds of what we are used to. But on the enterprise front, it's increasingly less about the model, more about actually which one has the best API, and then what I see on the enterprise front is now which one provides the best value for the business to either improve the top line or the bottom line. And as Andrew put it, now the rate of development, the speed at which people can build remarkable solutions is starting to increase, I would say, by at least a factor of 2 to 3x. And now that means our ability to innovate in either shipping the new features or decreasing costs is really coming down to a really good prioritization on the business on not just building POCs for the coolness of it, but prioritizing what matters to your customers and your business, and then be actually also really focusing on getting all your data architecture right and then building all these AI solutions, choosing the right flexible model, all these things, then you're setting yourselves up for the future where you're able to move forward. Now, competitive mode, typically people think of it across comparing model providers. To me, the best competitive one, if you're in a business, in an industry, is it really comes down to your, the best model is your business model. So what is it really that is going to be, what is it that you're really going to actually drive value for your customers and for your business and really work backwards towards it?
Yeah, and that's also a super interesting point because for the past 10 to 20 years, SaaS was the ultimate business model because people love the predictability of things like subscription software. I think what we are seeing happen is that partly AI solutions have sometimes switched over from being subscription-oriented to more consumption-oriented products. Any thoughts on how that will shake out and whether that becomes a point of disruption, especially given your founder's famous your margins, my opportunity ethos?
I'd say, there are a few things. There are always going to be certain tools that are going to be subscription-oriented business, such as like if it is user-driven. Users like predictability and it scales with users, and you're seeing this not just in like personal assistant space, even dev tool space. They tend to be user-driven because the cost and price aligns with user. However, as we scale to like virtual autonomous agents that work on behalf of users or actually pick up tasks that are completely disassociated to number of users, but more the rate of data flowing in and so forth, you're going to see a lot more elastic, like what tended to be like more cloud-like pricing model, pay as you go as well. And I expect this industry is going to keep evolving in many ways because the kind of workflows what are now automation, what is possible, because not just because of LLMs, but what years or decades of work that has happened in cloud and on the data APIs. So now what we have done, not just on the cloud, what Snowflake has done, and various others, now suddenly having the serverless access to all this and being able to run these computation elastically is opening up so much in many, many interesting ways.
And thoughts?
No, the thing that's reminded, last night I was at the airport about to board the flight back to San Francisco, and I got the notification that the plane I was about to board did not have Wi-Fi. And the first thought that I was, I won't get the code this time. And then they realized how the thing did not become on, Quattro, Codex, and it was actually not a big fight. I couldn't work the way I usually do and everything. And I think it would come from subscription-based pricing and consumption-based pricing. Partly because it's so productive to use these tools that instead of a $50 a month or whatever common SaaS pricing, many of my developers spend hundreds of dollars a month, sometimes more than $1,000 a month, and we love it because they want to use even more of it. So it's been interesting watching the evolution of AI. One of the questions people often ask is there a bubble? And what I'm seeing is many of developers really built tools ourselves first. Yes. So I think AI for agentic coding, that's working really well. And I hope this is a similar massive productivity improvements in other sectors as well. But so far the progress in software, as software developers build tools ourselves first, that's very encouraging.
Yeah, love it. I'm the same. That makes sure I don't start on something heading into a busy workday because I think it's very distracted through all of my meetings, which is not a good outcome for the people that want to talk to me.
No, see, that's wonderful. Inspiration for customers. But in all seriousness, I think here's the CEO of Snowflake writing code. One thing I think we need to get all of the world to is I think everyone should write code, not just Snowflake to us, but the bar to code is lower than the people like code, the CEOs, marketers, recruiters, not just software engineers, would really get more done.
To me, that's the fascinating and fun part of AI. I've always loved making memes, but most of the time I was restricted to taking an image on the internet and slapping it onto it. But now you can create a custom meme for every occasion. It's a different kind of creativity. It's still amazing.
I follow you on social media.
Well, so there's actually a deeper economic point here, which is that subscription software, whether it's consumer or SaaS, was in a very, very basic way driven by the zero marginal cost nature of software. Not completely true, but effectively. In other words, it didn't take a whole lot more for Salesforce to sell you 1,000 subscriptions versus 5,000. It was very, very similar. The thing that is unique about this moment is that when it comes to coding agents, for example, costs are a real thing. And so it is not only is it difficult to provide like subscription software because the costs are potentially unbounded, part of the difficulty also is that not everybody knows how to use AI. And the value that they get from subscription software has always limited to things like the optical, for example. But as open source innovation starts to drive the marginal cost of access to models down to zero, how do you think this equation changes? Or is it going to be the case that there are always cutting-edge models that are not open source and that are going to cost a certain sum of price?
Because the nature of work by human intelligence or artificial intelligence designers is pretty clear we have a range of models, from small language models, mid-sized ones, to large language models. Right now in the US, fortunately or unfortunately, often the frontier model remains closed, but one tier down. That's the slogan. And the dynamics with China are very interesting. With China now releasing leading open models. So how this plays out remains to be seen. I think a lot of the value will accrue to the application. And this about the applications that better be even more valuable than the technology trial layer. And supporting open-willing models reduces the odds of there being gatekeepers at the AI foundation model layer, and they can choke points to the innovation. And I'm actually kind of bummed that America isn't able to release even more open-weight models, and all of this is coming from China. So it's still very good.
Do you think that's Go for it, Swami. Love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to chime in and say, like, the open weight model is one aspect, but irrespective of whether open weight or closed weight, one of the primary reasons coding agents, what you see their costs, where they're accumulating costs, and that affects either the customer price or the provider margin. Is really coming down to inference costs, how much it takes, and so forth. So, and right now, you see what's going on is that models get more and more accurate in their code quality and its ability to actually produce not just better code, but also more accurate passes, more unit tests, and have better coverage in terms of reasoning capabilities and whatnot. But then, as the models get actually better and better, their costs are also increasing in some ways. You would think that means very few applications are also leveraging them, but it turns out developers find so much benefit in moving to the bigger and bigger model too. But the real innovation, and you're starting to see it in Kayo or Cursor or everybody else, is that these tools are starting to pick the right model in the background, so that they don't always spend more on the biggest model in terms of inference costs, so that they can save money on behalf of the developers who are using it to automate too. So I think it is really an evolving landscape, but open models are really significant role in that one.
To me, what's been fascinating is that if you pick a model or a particular model, for example, absolutely different costs pretty dramatic. But the frontier models are able to do so much more that demand for them is really high. This is a pretty funny dynamic compared to the previous generation before and stuff like that. It was a little bit more linear. You could run the same program and just fantastic. I think what is unique here is that there are newer things that are substantially better, and that drives a lot of. Well,
We're so supply constrained in this industry, which is a wonderful problem to have, right? Usually you want to talk to
That is so true. Okay, so let's move from strategy to engineering, the nuts and bolts of how we get things done, and talk about what winning AI architecture for software tends to look like. They have a choice. If you're a product leader, you can decide, and Swami already touched on it a little bit. Should a developer just use a public API, knowing that it's going to get cheaper, hopefully better over time, or should they be investing in bringing specialized models to their data? And at Snowflake, we sort of skip the problem as does AWS by saying, we'll offer you a suite of models, yes, you can use this API, and in many cases, we'll just give you the cheapest, best model for a particular task, for example. But if you were to be thinking of investing in, like, basically AI solutions, for your applications, or new AI applications themselves, how would you think about your API strategy and what would you apply?
So for a lot of new innovative projects, so my team at AI build a lot of new stuff. The biggest challenge is identifying and building a product that the customers love, not cost.
You're saying product market fit itself.
Product market fit first. So what I'll often do is just do whatever, just work to build that good product.
Yeah.
Sometimes we've been fortunate to pick product market fit, and the costs start climbing, and it starts a little scary in terms of the cost. So at that time, we often find engineering methods to then bend the cost curve back down. So there's one other thing I tend to do. We do tend to do a little bit of work upfront. The architect for the choice, for the downstream model, which we can often do with just a little bit of the work. Frankly, the costs come down so fast enough that this is a wonderful problem to have, which I've had a couple of times. This is, not that I wish I had that problem more often. There were so many users that the cost of climbing there's one way to get to that problem.
Yeah, Frank, our previous CEO, used to say that the product market fit is like a light bulb. It's magical, and no one knows quite how to create it, but we all create it. Of course, all of the world's startups built on top of AWS. What do you think? What are you seeing as the trends?
It's a great, actually, summarize it well. I would say first, build delightful products and then have a problem that you want to solve on scaling. But you have to be smart about it. These are actually learnings, very models are usually baked in. So that you have the ability to switch models, because there might be different parts of components in your application where you're spending a lot more on token costs than you originally planned. Because the reality is when people test their products in a beta or in the lab, they think certain workload patterns dominate. But then it turns out you're consuming a lot more input tokens or output tokens, and then all your cost model goes out the window. So then you feel like, hey, now I understand the pattern. For these kind of workflows in my app, I can actually fine-tune and produce a more specialized model which will decrease my costs. Or you can actually say, I can tune the application to improve hit rate from like 60 to 90%. And all these are like good keywords. Almost the teams kind of all the time going through, but basic models are like bedrock to begin with, just like what you did, and then once you have it, then work through various tools you have in your arsenal, all the way from like tune it in such a way that you get the best from that, and then in some cases they will not be good enough, and you that costs are completely non-linear, but you have opportunity to use tools like fine-tuning, distillation, and many more. This is where tools like these techniques are going to be pervasive. I remember last week I was in the university where I was telling them, just like we used to teach all upcoming students about like how to use compilers and performance optimization, and now we need to teach them how to do distillation and fine-tuning. Like it's just things people will do in the future. As well, and I do think these are things that are I almost see every startup looking at it as once they hit the PMF.
Actually, can I just say, I think that this optionality is really important when the future is uncertain, right? If you know exactly what the capabilities of pricing a year from now, sign a 5-year contract or whatever, but we don't know. So, and then I find that in terms of putting optionality, one of the design choices that, so the open source package AI Suite hopes that the API level package I work on, but then also owning your own data layer turns out to be a really important part of that.
That's right.
So there are a lot of SaaS vendors, I won't name any, but whenever you hire a SaaS vendor, many of them will try to create a silo inside your own organization.
I call it box in the cloud.
So I find that, of course, you need some place to host your data, but you can control your own data and hire vendors to operate on your data. It gives you a lot more optionality than swap vendors, do other things with it in the future.
But the great feedback, though, to all of the builders that are listening is that age-old truth, which is pay attention to a few key architecture choices, but like model optionality. But beyond that, focus very much on creating customer delight, on achieving product market fit. That sounds like advice that is absolutely relevant even today. Obviously, 10 years ago, we used to say things like, don't optimize too early. Like, you just need to be approximately really focused on product market fit. It just comes back in a slightly different form. Well, we talked about data silos and so on. One of the interesting things, of course, about today's AI world is an explosion of new ways to get to functionality, like MCP endpoints, and making things interoperable, whether it is to discover semantic information or to understand what a piece of data is about, or to be able to have agents call other agents with the right permissions, especially in an enterprise context, is super important. What do you think that we as an industry should be doing to facilitate this? Because I actually see that as a lever that will drive increased adoption. And the less clarity that there is about things like security and government, the less broad adoption there is going to be because people are going to get scared. What do you think we should do?
I think all that is true, and I think one mega trend is we spent last 20 years. You guys have done a big part of this architecting structured data.
That's right.
A big unlock is really structured data, AI confinement center. And I have a weird focus on one type of unstructured data. It turns out, I think the single most valuable form of unstructured data, dark data system in all of our businesses is PDF files.
Yep.
I know it sounds dumb, but it's so limited. So I'm actually really excited about some of the work that Dan Malone has been doing on agentic doc extraction. To take these massive troves of PDF files in finance, healthcare, giant financial tables, healthcare files, sitting there, tons of value, and then we can extract it out with agentic doc extraction. The number of use cases I'm seeing skyrocket. There are other types of architecture that are valuable too, but the PDF files is surprisingly big.
And make that go all the time. I ask people, you know what my most powerful PDF search engine was for much of my life? Find that? Find the next word in the PDF. I mean, that's pretty much all you open it up and look for the word.
It's beautiful. You download these, SEC financial documents, these ridiculously giant tables, merge cells, complex formatting, and now AI, agentic doc extraction, just extracts the entire table that you can then give to analysts or use AI to process, and it's actually beautiful when you see what it can do.
Yeah. Well, so you'll be coming up on time, and I want to make sure that we address a question which will be really important for all the developers and wannabe developers that are going to be listening. The world of AI is kind of scary. Most young developers I know, like I have sons that are 24 and 26, they're kind of worried in the back of their head about whether they're going to be irrelevant in the near future. And if you are attending college or graduating from college, that's a big worry as well. Obviously, you're seeing early signs like the unemployment rate for college grads is higher than before. What advice would the two of you have for how to make yourself future ready if, say, you're a teenager or in your early 20s? Swami, let's start with you.
I would say first, somewhere along the way, I think we as an industry confused programming and computer science and made it sound synonymous. I do think the core fundamentals of computer science are still very much in demand on how to build amazing compilers, how to build a great database query planner, or how do you actually store the right level of structure on the best. Think through a lot of those, and understanding it is super important because even though these AI agents going in and going to generate massive amount of actually code really fast, you still want to be able to comprehend and leverage, is this actually meeting what you need? So, let alone you want to enable them by building the next generation best-in-class processor to all actually building the best compiler and various others. What it is going to do, and this is true in the history of software industry, is when there used to be probably around 100,000 engineers who could write assembly code, and then C and C++ said, don't worry about registers and memory and code and logic using C. The number of developers increased, and same happened with now Java came along, said don't worry about memory management, and then they took care of it, and the number of developers increased. There used to be a small debt during each of these time and nervousness. I have a suspicion now we are at a similar cusp where everyone is going to be a builder, irrespective of whether they have been in the weeks, day in and day out, or having to upload it like 3 of us in the weekend or during our downtime. But now anyone can be a builder, and that is going to be a remarkable change in the pace of innovation. But I would say, we are going to call it focus on core fundamentals, on all the core CS fundamentals, set them on all the math and physics, and somehow they always get overlooked. But you see, those fundamentals really help you understand these things to the new era as well.
I love that fact basis. And any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful time to build.
Something you're
The set of things that are now possible to build with less time, great low cost is much greater than ever before. So I think computer science is I think particularly important is because I think our universities haven't adapted fast enough. So even I know people that really know where they are. But on the flip side, we reach the point where, as you're saying, it makes sense for everyone to learn to code. Don't code by hand. Don't do the old way. Get AI to help you to code, and that will make people in all job functions much more productive and have more fun.
Amazing. Well, I want to extend a rough your Canada and your sharing your perspective on the technology that is actively shaping the world. The clarity you provide. Thank you. Thank you, Connor. The future is not something we are waiting for. It is something we are all now, more than ever, equipped to create. Enjoy the rest of the conference. And go build. Thank you.
Maybe you'll become even closer if you saw them together. I've got a question about strangers for you guys. When you were on there, did you instantly know that your friendship was going to evolve into what it is now?
I had watched Deal Island on the way to Scotland, so I knew right away that I could be on the team or against them.
Yeah.
So you knew? Yeah, it was the first challenge we had. I was like, we made eye contact. We're just like, I don't know. He's like, that scene was good.
And you guys have a new show coming out called Everything's a Competition.
Now here's my chance to beat Boss and Rob at a limited.
And obviously you guys are really, really close. Did you choose to do a reality show just to spend more time together, or what was the idea behind it?
It's the most authentic way. We wanted to capture what it's like when we're actually just hanging out.
Yeah.
Just put a camera on us and compete. That's what we do.
It's literally like really innocuous things that like neither of us have an advantage at, and we try to figure out who's better at it.
Were there any challenges that you weren't able to do? Because Dylan, I know you're a bit of an adrenaline junkie, and I've seen you on social media.
I got an answer to compete. For sure. But he comes up with the challenges, and they're supposed to be challenges that like both of us can do. It's a fair playing field. The competition that he suggested, the very first one, this didn't make cut. Do a flex off. Bro, come on. Like, we're gonna go with that, man.
That's the kind of challenge I bring to life.
Last week we finished Dancing with the Stars, and he's like, we should do a dancing competition. I was like, come on, bro, we've been practicing.
I will say it goes both ways too, because I suggest cooking, and he's like, oh, I suck at cooking. And he shows up, he's like, I actually have a cookbook.
Yeah, you have a cookbook.
Yeah, but he's the one that suggested it. I'm not going to sabotage myself.
Actually, that's a great question. In a competition, what's one thing that would immediately turn you guys against each other?
I hate when he cheats. Like, he's cheating 40 to 5. Out of here.
Let me tell you something. He butters up. Like, whenever it's a competition that there's not a definitive winner and we need a judge, he'll go butter that person up before.
Psychology? No, psychology.
He watched me.
He's got me. He's take a page out of my book.
You are my...
Is there anything that one of you does that secretly annoys me?
Oh.
Everything. Not secret. It's not a secret.
I hate when he self-sabotages. Right at the beginning of every episode, he just says, oh, I'll never win this. He'll set me up, and then he crushes it.
So it sounds like out of the two, who's more likely to maybe cheat in the competition?
Him. Like here's the thing. Not per se cheat. Look, I'm all for finding loopholes, right? If you can do something within the context of the rules, we're gonna push the envelope. Of course, that's good strategy.
Yeah.
Right?
Who's coming up with the rules?
Whoever speaks first, that's why it makes it hard. That's why we get the fights.
You guys are reality show vets, right? What's a moment from your reality show past that you wish you could do?
That's a good one. You know, I wouldn't necessarily change things. Like, I would have done stuff like if I lost to try to make myself win. But I feel overall like I've always stayed true to myself.
Yeah, I have a similar answer. It's like for Dancing with the Stars. Yeah, in hindsight, I wish I trained for 6 months before that first dance. That was also the beauty of the show. Like that first episode being so bad helped me get better by the end. So.
That must be nice, because I have some regrets.
Well, I was on a show called Love Island. You're competing with other guys on the show. I was going up against this other guy to win over this girl, and I didn't know he was in the kitchen, but in order to solidify her choosing me, I might have kissed her in front of him.
I felt like it just felt a bit like desperate to me, like pushing that away.
It just caused a riot, and everyone hated me.
Oh, you're trying to establish dominance. That's Love Island. That's the original Love Island. It's okay. That's Survivor. I got the girl with the money. Next time, give me a call.
You seem like you got this spotlight from Dance with the Stars, America's heartthrob. People are saying, I love her. And you've been like an iconic villain in some of these series. Is there anything that will surprise fans to know about Rob?
To me, it just means that friend will pick up the phone and call. Like he's that kind of person. You see it when he's with his kids and his family.
I was reading an interview about that you love to embarrass your daughters.
Always, yeah. But I feel like I separate. In these games, I'll backstab, I'll do whatever I need to do to win. But in real life, like, I will go to bat with people that are
I'm sure you felt that in Love Island too.
I think we live in the whole world of reality shows or just the entertainment world in general. If you're not able to separate everything that we do in the spotlight to outside, ends up eating. And if you're able to live two very different lives without having to coexist, then you shape the world wherever you are and have an amazing life in the spotlight and have your personal life that is yours.
And I think just lean into what you're good at. So for dancing, I learned pretty quick I wasn't that good at it.
I needed to lean into
I needed to lean into the improvement. Like I needed to show improvement. And same with traders. Like I know I'm not bossing around. I'm not going to go to that round table and manipulate and influence people. I really hate your trader. Like what's the easier game for a trader to play? Yes, I would play a very quiet one because I can't be boisterous. Bobby is an amazing actor. I grew up with an actor. But I didn't do what I was good at. I'm so old and trying to actually make it.
When it was coming down to the end, we both kind of have the same idea at the same time. Bobby was like, I got an idea. And I was like, listen, bro, here's the thing. You gotta start to befriend the other contestants, the ones that are not as good. Because they're gonna get voted off. When they do, you need to recruit them to have their people start turning their vote to you. So I was like, you know Andy's not making it to the end. Got a lot of votes coming his way. We gotta buddy up with Andy. And that's why he ended up fourth. So imagine if we got all Andy's votes. All of a sudden we're in the top two.
Pretty easy, pretty low stakes.
What is the worst first date spot? Best first date spot? Taking a girl to the grocery store. They're not cooking afterwards.
We can.
I got a hot take on that because I actually like the grocery store. I love the grocery store.
You would then be going somewhere to cook them a lovely meal.
I would.
Lovely. You can. If you don't like with a shopping cart, going to Macca's car and they're getting
This is one of our arguments that we have. Go ahead. I would like to hear yours.
I mean, I haven't been on a date for married almost 21 years now, so I haven't been on you.
Took Amber watching the poker. That would be
It was weird. Let's stay home and watch me on Netflix. Watch an episode of me with Watch Your Back.
What's the worst casting decision ever made around?
Ooh, the worst? Nobody would know what the worst is because they're insignificant and nobody knows about them. Yeah. So we want to know.
Another game that people play. You know that everything's a competition with you guys. Okay, so you guys are going to be this one is whoever get it on first, right?
Who wants the point?
I'll do the point.
Which season of Survivor was well past? Do an impression of the other person.
Hey, I'm doing it. Look at my abs. Oh my god, look my shirt off.
What's the capital of Florida?
Tallahassee.
Thank you.
Sing the first line of any boy bands.
I actually
Spell the word.
CHOREOGRAPHR.
Name a country starting with B.
Bosnia. Yeah, that's one I had too.
Say a sentence in a British accent.
Say a sentence in a British accent.
You're giving it!
He did a British accent.
What?
He did it Chinese.
You can judge our next one.
Rob Dylan, everyone, it's been such a pleasure having you in the sauna.
In future seasons, we may have people that are compete against us. So you guys in the game, you know.
We can get our act together when it's time.
It was so nice.
I can tell that they had a real romance going on.
Do you think people look at our romance like their romance? I hope so. They're a lovely addition to the sauna community.
Yeah, they're official members. We need like a name for the member of the sauna. What's the name of somebody who uses the sauna often?
Schwitzers. Yeah, you get men saying, I schwitz.
Schwitzen? That's how it says Schwitzen, like embroidered hot gosh Schwitzen.
What are we then? King Schwitzers.
King of the Schwitz.
Yeah, phone a fatty, bring me food, levitating towels, your stomach can hold it. I mean, all these are pretty interesting things that 600-pound people can do. It's like a morbid magic trick. Check it out.
I know my weight is getting out of control. And I look at my brother and how hard it is for him to do anything. And I know I'm looking at my future.
You know, the messed up thing though is in his head, he thinks like, I'm not that bad, so I'm better off. Like, even I would sometimes look at somebody that was in worse shape and be like, haha, I'm not that bad. I'm effed up, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. That's just something we do. It's like human nature. Somebody's worse off than you, you feel better about yourself.
I don't struggle as bad as David yet, but it's starting to get pretty bad for me too. And I can see my body starting to fall apart like his.
I've had these sores, I guess, ever since I started getting heavy, and wish I could get rid of them. Feels like your skin's about to tear. Got lymphedema on my left leg, and it swells up. I only have the lymphedema on one side, compared to my brother has them on both sides.
You see how he did that though? Even when he's comparing right there. Like, at least it's only on one side. Like, he's trying to say he's better off when he's not much better off at all.
Don't want to end up like David. So I need to get the weight off so I can be healthy. So my wife Amanda and then my daughter Laura won't have to take care of me. But me and David just like to eat all the time. And since I'm still the more mobile one, after I get dressed, I run and get us both breakfast before I go to work.
So being a tow truck driver and deciding to be a bigger target, kind of a bad call, just saying. I mean, people love to get mad when you take their car and let it fly at you, so bad idea here, bad life choice.
I need to get sausage croissant and number 27. I need a large sweet tea, 5 breakfast jacks, and 5 hash browns also.
57 muffins.
Thank you.
I know the consequences I'm facing right now. But as bad as it's getting for me, I know David is far worse off. And
But there's leading studies that say hash brown grease actually helps your heart lubricate. I'm totally bullshitting. That no Harvard hash brown studies, but something to think in the back of my mind. Yeah, it's not that bad for me.
Pretty much all David can do nowadays is sit at home and eat. I tell myself that he needs to do something about his weight, and he says he does, but it's all in like a denial stage for him. David's killing himself every day.
See this? David. Benji's doing nothing wrong, though. Benji's the better off one. He's just, like, projecting it all onto David, like he's not the size of a baby hippo his damn self.
Come in. What's up?
I'm barely living life right now, and the only thing I really have to look forward to is Benji bringing me something to eat. Because it's the only thing I can enjoy in my life.
Legs looking bad again?
Yeah, swollen. Alright, so apparently we have to stare at his McDonald's arches first thing. I don't know why the camera crew has to do that, but there's something kind of poetic about him taking an arm that says pain on it while he's like 700 pounds and reaching into a bag of hash browns. Kind of crazy.
It makes all the pain and all the worry go away. But I know it's killing me. And Benji's not far behind me. And I fear that by the time he's my age, he's gonna find himself jobless, sitting in a house, not being able to help himself.
Austin, isn't it kind of impressive how at this size you can break a sweat from going through a drive-thru? But that's considered physical activity for us. He had to open his mouth and talk. That's probably burning like 10 calories right there. That's how he's gonna work this off.
You want any hash brown? But we both tried it, and food has been such a huge part of our life for so long. Yeah.
One more bite while you're just, I don't know how you did it. Suck down and I didn't even think you could suck him like that. I guess it's good.
At this point, it's just how he's best.
Probably ate too much. I think I did.
Riddle me this.
put my weight my whole life. I was the oldest of 6 kids in our family. And when I was really young, my dad was always working, so my mom and great grandmother took care of me. And how they keep me quiet was they just give me something to eat.
So we had a nickel every time they said, like, they gave me the shut up food, like the cinnamon rolls to keep my yap shut. But yeah, I don't know, my dad worked 2 jobs growing up. My mom also worked, but she worked from home, did like a daycare thing. So I don't know, I think I just, she never tried to shut me up. She wanted me to talk more, so that's what I did.
We didn't have a lot of money for toys and things like most people did, so you could buy a box of Twinkies or make 2 dozen cupcakes and give them to your kids, and it was like getting a present to us.
Yeah, screw get the kids the football. We got them a pack of Twinkies to play catch with their pile, I guess. Who needs a basketball? He just shoots it in his mouth. That's like wild to say that.
A treat for my kids, since we didn't have a lot of money, is if we had an extra $10 or $20, they used to have cheeseburgers for 29 cents, and we would go down and get the $10 for it. And I'll let them eat however many they wanted, because that was a treat.
99 cents, cheeseburgers, $10. So we're not going to count packs right now, but she's getting like 35 freaking cheeseburgers, and you're letting your family pound all those. Screw getting them football, they got cheeseburgers.
We ate pretty much everything from pizza, spaghetti, lasagna, hamburgers, french fries.
So we just had snacks constantly.
So I started gaining weight right from the start. And I remember being chubby. I was always different, bigger than everybody else. And I just took it as being normal. And so by the time I was 6, I was already up to 100 pounds.
They also said, screw getting this kid like a plank. He's got a burrito. He's good to go. So.
But I started to realize how different I was when my mom started entering my younger brother into the eating patterns. And she wouldn't let me do it.
Honey, let me do it?
When I was really young, I remember the beauty pageants with my mom. And it was a lot of fun.
It was always like I was the center of attention.
I learned a lot, so I liked it.
And I never understood why wasn't I good enough to be in the beauty pageants. And then it started to realize when I got older, it was because of my size.
Yeah, I mean, I started out in the beauty pageant circuit, but then they just got tired of giving me all the trophies.
I've had kids kept me in the beauty pageant. That's not beauty. I felt like my siblings were more valuable to me because they were all off doing that beauty pageant stuff. And it was just me and my great grandma. So during that time, she was kind of like my mom.
David stayed a lot longer. She was elderly, but she was, she loved him. And he loved her. And that was
like my self-worth was shattered, because my mom took my brother to the beauty pageant, but I couldn't go. Yeah, I don't know, that's when it started to get all wrong. But you have to try really hard to keep every kid my mom did that. She bought something for one of us, we all got it. It didn't, she didn't go without me and my brothers, and even the kids she did daycare with. They all got toys too. We got toys, they all got toys.
She was with him all the time.
She was my best friend. And then when I was around 8 years old, one day, I was sitting there with her and she fell down. And then when she passed away, I didn't have nobody. And the one thing that made me happy was food. And when I ate, I got bigger. And when the eating of that emotion started coming back, I just eat some more. So at age 10, I weighed around 145 pounds. And it was
going back to that, I don't recall anything about not playing Mario Kart, playing Marshmallow Kart, but I guess maybe
such a sad and lonely time for me, because I wasn't close to my mom or my other siblings, so I felt like the outcast, and to deal with it, I keep eating and gaming.
What's up, guys, and welcome to the Rotation Direct Podcast exclusively on Amazon Music. I'm Natalie Malone.
I'm Alex Jones, and this right here, this is where the culture is, the music talks back.
Yes, today we have a very special guest on the podcast, the DMV legend. Shout out to DMV.
Not only being a legend, she's also a native of my heart. Has been for some time. Today, we are super blessed. We just look at music, amazing. I want you to know that.
Thank you. Right. Now, Maya, I know you're putting out new music. Yeah, why now? Why not? You know, I'm an independent artist, so I'm creative and I consistently release music as I feel, you know. And honestly, it takes a while to go through the process of legal paperwork, which is essential. So that has been a journey, and I'm going to take care of. That's why I'm releasing music.
Got all that up, really. Now it's time to have fun.
Ever get a chance to experience these songs? Okay.
You gotta try to get that, right? I've always had this question, especially over the last, like, 6-7 years, where, you know, the legacy aspect of myself and, you know, the other artists that kind of consume that I still hit the road, still sell out. What's the thought process behind, alright, I'm not just gonna live in this catalog, I'm gonna go make music?
Well, I'm a musician's daughter.
Yes.
Every weekend, he's on the road with his band, and it's how I grew up. That's what my living consisted of: music, fun, joy, and feel the vibes. So that's a big part of my upbringing. And then also music is just running through our veins in our family. So something I would be doing whether I was a recording artist or not. Touring, I'm a performer and an entertainer, so touring is a treat for me. I love being in rehearsals. I love to be on the road. Meet and greets are like the icing on the cake when you get to reach out and touch and connect with your fans in person, face to face. So it's a nice addition to be able to invest in your music, whether you're independent or not, or whatever you want to do with your money. But I love making new music. I don't think I would ever stop.
You don't have to.
You know?
We'll keep loving music.
Yeah, so touring some of your old catalog hits, but then when you're doing your own shows with your live band, you bring new music into your show and share them with fans. They give you direct feedback, so sometimes that's testing a market to see if that's something that you want to invest in before you release it. If they're giving you feedback, when can we get that song that you just performed? It's a great way to share, like the old days. Rock and roll bands do it all the time.
Yeah.
And so I adopt that model too when I'm on the road. It doesn't necessarily have to be a greatest hit. It can be something brand new.
Right.
And then every crowd, every market is a little different. Mm-hmm. Sonically, what space are you in now? Are you delving into like any new sounds? Yeah, playing the 80s. You know, the end of the 70s into the 80s was my living room. Growing up, vinyl, all the funk bands. I love Rick James, Prince, The Time, Jam Lewis Sound, Mary Jane Girls, SOS Band. That time was a joyful time in my life, so very influential in this next direction that I've been playing with and going.
So live instrumentation,
all that, bandography.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. That's actually one of my favorite times in music.
Yes.
Like even when you said like SOS Band, and you know they just came back streaming, so everybody's super happy. But SOS Band, more day in time, like Prince, like these, it's fun. It's fun music. Like that. No, there's not like. The song may not be super lovey, you know, the song may not have a super deep meaning, but it felt good. It felt really good.
And it's still musical.
Yeah.
And reason being is because the last few independent projects I've been releasing, they were dedicated to fans on anniversary days that were sort of around 420, the date of my very first album, 421. And so we all know what those numbers represent.
Yes.
So Laid Back Vibes.
Yes.
Or Valentine's Day. Those were two very, very important release dates that were the start of my career. My very first single, 1998, and my very first album, 1998. So I released a series of projects on those dates around slow jams, and then around more chill music. So the next thing we get from Maya is to complement my dance skills, which have only gotten better, I haven't lost, but the party, the fun side of me, which is still there, probably even more now as an adult than it was when I was a teen. You know, I'm having a lot of fun these days with music and this freedom.
I want to ask about, you just mentioned your first release, your single release back in 1988. What do you remember from that time? Like, what are some thoughts about that time, music industry, just, you know, music consumption as a whole, like putting your very first thing out for the world? So you remember from that time?
I remember being very excited. I was still a tap dance teacher. I didn't know how things would go, of course, and what that looked like. Never even imagined 25 years later. But I had fun doing everything. And it's also a learning process while you're doing interviews and learning the radio and learning all these different landscapes, from touring, behind the scenes, in the studio, how to record. I can say that I had a beautiful time. It was exciting. Plus, the whole era in the 90s was so magical because it was exciting, from the fashion to what was being said to the rap, as well as hip hop and R&B merging. The sound, sampling from the 70s, you know, and bringing it to the forefront. In the 90s, the DJs were blossoming and popping, and you know, a lot of the live bands sort of fizzled out, and the DJs took over during that era. But it was still real music, and chord changes, and bridges, and music, and still heartfelt, wearing your heart on your sleeve vibes, you know?
So, speaking of that, on this new project, you've collabed with a lot of people, covered a lot of genres, you know, over the last 25 years. Are we gonna get some of those legendary collabs on the new 80s inspired? Because I can send a list.
Sure will be.
Oh, so you already recorded it?
Lovely.
Oh, I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. You're gonna be in there. You bring dancing back.
What that paperwork do?
Oh my God. I hate that paperwork being in the way. Any names that you can give us?
Nope.
No.
Because it gotta be signed, sealed, and delivered first.
You keep talking about being an independent artist. Do you have a preference on like whether you prefer being with the major or do you prefer being in-house?
I like the best of both worlds. Each world has its pros and its cons. Independency obviously means creative freedom. And if you are a lover of music, you want to be able to create whenever you want to and put out stuff anytime with no timeline deadlines. So that's the beauty of being an independent artist. Now, major labels are great at what they do as well. And I think the perfect situation would be merging the two. There's all kinds of deals. But I really love music. So this whole landscape of independency has been a blessing for me in this age. It would have been a little different in the early 90s without access to internet, technology, and social media, and streaming. It's different now where everyone can at least start as an independent artist, develop or grow your fan base like we used to do back in the day. I mentioned rock bands, you know, there's a chitlin circuit sometimes. If it's just straight live musicianship or bands, etc. So you hit the road. But now your road and your tour or your fan base is developed not by your live performance, it's socials, social media. So it's a cool time for everyone that wants to start any kind of business or hobby, turn it into a business, or music lovers and recording artists for sure. Yes.
Do you feel like majors gave like good structure for you into being like indie now, or do you feel like it was more like a little abrasive, like not being able to drop what you wanted?
Well, no, I would say being with the major label at the time that I got signed in late 90s, when there were budgets and soundtrack money. with lead singles to movies.
Right.
A lot of my singles come from soundtracks.
Yeah.
The budget was budgeting. And, you know, the music videos was something else to look forward to. You had all kinds of video channels that debuted, had countdowns. It was a different time. So
Once you labels, they bring that back.
And I didn't have access to social media back then or the internet. So it was a completely different time where I think it was essential for me to have a major label because I didn't have the tools to develop all that myself, you know. But yeah, major labels are great at what they do, especially for breaking new artists, but it's also not necessary at this time.
Man, I think if you had TikTok back in the day, you would have all the dance challenges going crazy.
Probably. I started off as a dance teacher too, so that was my thing back in those times. Yeah.
So it seems like the way that you release, there's like no pressure on it. Like
initially, when I first started, it was just about, first of all, figuring out how to do this by myself, independently. And then, when I'd like to drop it, what I want photos to look like, the experience to be, because it's really about people at the end of the day. And there was also a time where I shut the entire world out. And I said, I'm just going to release this as an EP, this specific project, because I really love making music that reminds me of a time that I fell in love with music. And there was this whole narrative from fans that said, please, 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 we need more R&B music. We need more R&B music. Bring R&B music back. Though it never left, they weren't getting it mainstream enough. So I made the conscious decision to create a radio station on an album and play the role of a radio host in this fantasy world of a perfect world for my ears and what type of music I resonate with. Song to song to song to song. That album was called Smooth Jones, that represented some of my favorite eras of music, 70s and 90s. All of those inflections, and it got nominated for a Grammy. Just because I was making music from a pure place based on my communication with the bands and what they wanted.
Is there any time y'all ever watching someone on TV where it's like set in DC or DMV, like it's not like that, or like you, like as a New Yorker we would do it. Like you watch like the Marvel movie, like that is not New York City. That's not what that looks like. So is there anything specific y'all see in pop culture that is like a DMV opinion? Like that's not how it is there.
I can only think of Wire, and I think that's pretty accurate. I think that's pretty accurate description. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I've heard, not so much seeing things aesthetically, but I've heard in the past where some things called go-go music, and it's not really go-go music. So DC natives will read you.
Yeah, definitely.
And then also, there's this whole separation and divide between DC and Baltimore. So when you say you're from DC, some people are like, oh, Baltimore?
That might show right.
So, you know, why some division? I have no clue. I have no clue. But, you know, we call it the DMV. If you've been raised and you moved from DC, Maryland, etc., but there is a divide line.
Yes.
Oh, you better not cross it.
Alexandria is not DC.
That's not DC. But people.
But it's right there.
It's not DC.
But it is right there. It is right there.
It's over there.
It's over there.
I want to include the whole DMV because it's so many greats. Missy, Tim, Pharrell.
That's Virginia Beach.
It's still V.
The DMV is like the beginning of the V. They're at the bottom and they're starting to
like an R just tried to say and they're not in it. So y'all don't want to claim anything cool, but me, I'm taking the whole V. Chris Brown.
Taking Virginia Beach is crazy.
I'm bugging?
That is almost North Carolina.
All right. Okay. Well, Maya, growing up, what are some of the sounds that shaped you like go-go, or who are some of the bands?
Yeah, man. I grew up on Backyard Band, Junkyard Band, Northeast Groovers, top 3, EU, and then guess around high school time. Y'all remember Hucklebucks? I used to have all the tapes, Palmer Park tapes, like Go Live tapes that they used to sell at the malls. But I love go-go music because it's percussive.
Yes.
And it's just our signature sound. And you have to experience a go-go. So that's the place that you go to
hear it as well.
And it's a whole different experience, which makes you love go-go music if it confuses you. You know what I'm saying? I get a lot of people that say, oh, that sounds like pots and pans. But it's also tribal and cultural.
Yeah.
And so that was my dream when I was in high school. I said, I want to be in a go-go band, right? I've always wanted to play the drums, but I couldn't. I had to choose the violin. My dad used to work so late. My mother was like, nah, you're not doing that thing in my house. You're not doing that. Your father's asleep. But I chose the violin. But for years, I wanted to be a percussionist. And the closest thing to it was tap dancing, rhythm tap. But by high school, I got 2 buckets from my dad's garage. And I picked up some sticks because he would have a band over all the time. I started, doing all the rhythms and stuff like that. So I would do that in my front yard every day, pretending like I was in the go-go band.
What? So, by the time I was 14, I ballooned up to over 300 pounds. And through the rest of high school, I started realizing a pattern. And in that pattern, there was nobody there. My mother was gone with the other kids. My dad was at work. But there was that one thing that made me happy. That nobody was going to take from me.
Deep throating Pringles. I guess people lean on food for different things, but he definitely has such a bad relationship with food. This is going to be a hard one for Dr. Now to even break.
It was that refrigerator. So food was a big comfort to me. And it helped me deal with the loneliness. So I kept gaining. And by the time I was 18, I was well over 400 pounds. And I knew things were getting bad.
I really thought David would grow out of the weight as he got older and got out of school. But
Riddle me this, Mom. Did you ever grow out of the weight? Because it looks like you're friggin' chugging along here, too.
he never lost no weight.
And it is during that time, my weight gain and eating habits started to influence binging. Because I had my license and had to start taking binging to school with me. And I could go anywhere and get whatever I wanted to eat. And a lot of times, I'd take binging with me.
David would be hungry or have a craving, and I'd go with him, and we'd just eat. And so I know I was gaining a lot then.
You want to hear the crazy thing, though? I can recall even when I was little, like my older brother wanted 2 pancakes. I had to have 3 because I just had to have more than him. I don't know, I was like a competitive eater when I was a child, but yeah, no, that was a thing that happened with me too. So I do think brothers kind of fuel each other on, or sisters. Like if you're a sibling, you can very much struggle with the same thing.
By the time I was 16, I had hit over 300 pounds. But I was always around 200 pounds lighter than David. So it didn't seem to be a huge issue, and I didn't worry about it as much.
I told you. He's projecting all of his on him.
But after high school, I continued to gain weight. There'd be days where I'd find myself going to this drive-thru restaurant and getting 5 or 6 meals and put it together and just sitting in a parking lot or a park and just eating because I was happy.
Okay, Sean might have ordered himself 5 double cheeseburgers at a time, but I never ordered 5 meals and put them together. So I guess this is me just comparing and making myself feel better. So I'm doing the same damn thing Benji's doing right now, trying to compare.
There was nobody to tell me no. And I got bigger and bigger. And in the midst of all this, I still had a life and I'd go out. And one night I was at a bar and I met Kelly. And we hit it off. We were together, she got pregnant. We ended up getting married and had my daughter, Trinity. So things were getting a little better. But
oh, damn, he has a kid, so you would think now's the time where he's like, I've had enough, right? I'm not going to eat all these hash browns because I've got a child I have to raise, right?
When I met Kelly, I was 400 pounds. I'd probably gained maybe close to 100 pounds during our marriage over the next 7 years or so, and it made her resent me. So I could take it anymore. she met somebody else. So she ended up cheating on me and separated.
Oh shit, she playing stinky twanky with somebody else too. Well, I mean, I don't know what she expected. When she hooked up with a 400-pound man that's high grease cut something like in his rectum, just so he could skip past her. You know, thought this wasn't gonna happen. He was gonna keep gaining weight.
And when she took my daughter with her, I was wrong. I feel like there was a power I could take past. It wasn't meant for David to happen. It was meant for David to be the fat kid in my life. So my weight gain was involved. And over the next 4 years, I got up to over 600 pounds.
Also, I don't think people just hate fat people. Like, I was always pretty popular, even though I was a badass kid, but nobody like outwardly hated me because I ate more food than them. I don't know why he feels that way about himself.
I think when him and his wife is when he really got depressed, and the majority of the weight really starts stacking up.
It was the darkest time of my life. And I even had a falling out with him. We didn't see each other or talk for a while.
When I was halfway through my senior year, I dropped out of school to get a GED and started work driving a tow truck. And I was only around 350 pounds then. But the tow...
You have a fat-phobic wife that's gonna cheat on you if you don't stop eating too many damn Pringles. Your brother does. I don't know if you have that like side story going on too.
Church garden life, it's different, it's difficult, sitting all the time, bored, just leave you eating the fast food all the time. But over the next years, I only got 50 pounds or so before 100. And then when I was 20, man, when I started dating.
Benji's size never bothered me, and I don't look at people from the outside. I look at them from the inside. He has a really big heart, but attracts me to him.
So we got married, and Amanda and I had our daughter Laura around 23.
Drop your guard, huh?
I'm not saying to judge people by what's on the outside or anything like that, but you can realize that there's about 400 pounds of fat on top of that heart and not going to be around much longer if you decide to build a life with them. So I couldn't even blame people that say, man, if you're not going to take care of your health, I can't deal with this.
I was up to 450, but that was still 200 pounds lighter than David. But around that time, when David and me had a falling out, so I thought he was lying to me, and I couldn't trust him. So I stopped talking to him for a while. But eventually, we worked things out.
Wait, you weren't falling out for money? Did he rob you for your friggin' drive-through staff? Like, what happened here? How do you get falling out over money? I'm confused.
So that was a few years ago, and that's when we started eating together again. Only now I bring him in there because he has a really hard time doing anything.
Drop your guard, huh?
For a while, I wasn't sure if my life was ever going to be good again. I was 30 years old, over 600 pounds, and alone. But a couple of years later, when I was 32, I met my girlfriend on the website. Next day,
okay, so you went on 4 years of orgasms, found somebody else who hopefully is not using him for a skinny man, he's fat-phobic. This is kind of thing out when people like our size wear hats, they don't even look like freaking hats anymore, it's just kind of hanging on up out there.
you know, one thing leads to another. She moves in with me, and she's been with me ever since. When Mary and I started dating, I was over 600 pounds, but I was mobile. I could do a lot of things. I could take her to a restaurant, take her to a movie. I knew my weight kind of bothered her, but she looked past that.
When we first started dating, I was very hesitant about his size. But I fell in love with this person. He's an amazing person. We've been living together for about 3 years now.
Nobody's saying we're not great friggin' people or anything like that. We're saying we're a little bit defective, and it's okay. Like, you can be broken as a person and still rebuild. There's some kind of beauty in being broken, but saying you're looking past the 600-pound man and those glasses, like, you're not seeing that shit. Like, you're like staring right into the friggin' world here.
Now our relationship is not what she signed up for, because she has to take care of me. And I feel like I'm just as burdened at the right time. And I can't even provide for her, so she has to work on top of all that. And then she has to worry every single day if I'm going to make it. Because years ago, I went to the emergency room. They told me I had pneumonia. I was having severe respiratory failure. I went to a coma.
That was the scariest moment for me because I had this person that I loved. I'm sitting in the hospital thinking there's a chance I'm going to lose him.
I have a buddy who is a little bit on the bigger side, and he actually medically induced coma from pneumonia too. And pneumonia almost flattened me too. Apparently, it's out here just taking out fat people.
I woke up 2 weeks later. I don't know what happened. And there's no question I'm leaving my breaking point because my body had already started to give out. And by God's grace, I hadn't been given that second chance. But even though I know how close to death I am, I still can't say no to food.
Do you see anything in 26 or 27 that's going to materially change the housing industry based off of technological innovation?
We have those that are definitely benefiting from AI, whether it's their website and traffic that they analyze, all the things that go into their business. They're not hiring as much. So I think it's marginal, at least as of today, but there are benefits to their operations that we expect will come to fruition in 26 because there's a lot of investment that has to come to fruition to really get to a place where AI can be that impactful. And there's only one or two companies that are actually doing that, and it's negatively impacting their P&L, but I do think there'll be a benefit for those that are investing today. We just continue to learn and dig in and trial other types of AI, but I'd say it's created a lot more efficiency and I think a lot more good stuff to come.
Walker and Dunlop brings you insights for life. Unique perspectives from impactful leaders. This is the Walker Webcast.
Food has been a big part of my life. My family, we like to have gatherings, we like to be together. We like food, we like to be happy.
Yeah, well, what do you expect when you buy your kid fruit by the foot instead of a jump rope? Like, what the hell do you think is going to happen? His relationship with food is going to be jacked up. Also, I mean, Mary looks like she's putting on some weight now they got together too, huh?
So we get together every week to eat. There's always cake, there's always desserts. But it's hard for me to go anywhere. I can just...
Asking her if she's alright when you just assume the position to take a breath on the back of the truck is kind of fun though. I'm not gonna lie.
Just barely make it.
I worry about taking every day of his life, every day of my life. He's got to get healthy. We all have to. This whole family has got to get healthy.
I'm around. You need a shorter driveway. I don't know what to for. 6 months.
Okay, so I guess the whole family's relationship with food's a little jacked up because everybody's on the bigger side, but yeah, he 100% will be out of his breath from just the driveway.
David's gained about 150 pounds since I've known him. He's putting such a strain on his body with the weight that he is. I feel like if David doesn't lose weight, I think it's gonna die. That I'm gonna lose my best friend.
Aww. Probably could stop letting like deep throat suck down ham, or maybe she's just funneling Cool Whip into his damn body or CPAP or whatever, because he's got to get extra calories from somewhere. He just showed you that he can't make it up the damn driveway, so you've got to be bringing him. Sad.
I do feel like David taking time off with his weight and the way everything is in his life. And he's going to die. I guess we want him to be okay and get the help he needs.
I know Benji and I are both killing ourselves, but Benji usually tells me I'm the one who has to work because of how bad off I am. But in a few years, he'll actually be more soft than me. So I need to change, but I want my brother to see how important it is to him too. But
we're just playing this game of who's worse off, which, like I said before, is something all of us do at this side because it makes you feel better about yourself. It's human nature, man. You want to see somebody doing worse than you, so you feel better about yourself. I know that's terrible to say, but it's what it is.
I know that I'm about to do everything. And I'm very worried about my family's going to have to bury me. And that my 13-year-old daughter is going to have to walk next to her father's coffin and put me in the ground. And it won't be long before the same thing happens to Benji.
I thought that I wasn't going to be long for this world either, but my main thought was, who the hell is going to carry his coffin this damn big? But everyone in this family is not exactly on the small side, from the kids to the parents to whoever, so it seems like they're all struggling with some kind of weight issue. Alright, on one. David, will you give me an appointment, or is this dog now? But it was weight loss surgery for patients there.
Today I'm going to see a doctor here in Houston. And I told him we either do this together or not at all. So we agreed to go in there. I don't know what's going to happen.
Every time I see a 600-pound person in a yellow t-shirt, it reminds me of being in high school and throwing on a yellow t-shirt thinking the sun will come out tomorrow.
But I feel that my whole life is riding on this doctor's visit and see a doctor in the garden. And I'm hoping it's not too late for me.
Not so fast. Figure this out. Wait on Benji. You scared?
See you guys think Benji's gonna show up with like a dozen Krispy Kremes or something and say, one round, hoorah, bro, we need to get together one more time? I can totally see that happening.
How much they get this bill to say?
How much that thing's gonna say? 700.
Not so fast.
I'm a little fan.
What are your feet? Hold on, I get it. Y'all gonna go in my car with me?
You're in the front seat, dude. I don't know if I can fit in the front seat. Oh, yeah, you fit in here and pick up the truck.
That's right. You gonna hang it up?
Bro, this car is about to be squatting. Like, you could, whatever this car is, it could be on the cover of Lowriders International. This shit's about to be some head shot. You're good.
I'm worried about getting to the doctor's office. It's only about a 45-minute drive. But first I go about 5 to 10 minutes to get fast food and go to the supermarket. So I know it's going to be painful. And I just hope I can get all the way there.
Yeah, next time, we're going to need you to buy a dump truck because I'm pretty sure this car is pretty big. I mean, they don't get that much bigger. Next time, just bring the dump truck.
Someone there? Nope. No, he's not. Is he okay?
No, I'm not really going to.
You're not gonna make it over there?
Nope.
I could have saw this coming, but this is the problem. Your legs are hurt, back are hurt, that's what happens. You go balls to the balls to cream, so...
You're beyond pathetic.
Do we need to make a seat change?
There's 12 seats there.
Not bad.
Oh my God!
You're beyond pathetic.
The whole damn car was leaning because both of them decided to lean out and like try to stand at the same time. That thing was just like begging for help on the right side. Why are you both on the same side? At least put one on the other damn side.
My legs numb.
I knew what was gonna happen.
Oh, God. Can't breathe.
That's what she said. Oh God, he's hanging on for dear life, climbing in. I'm only laughing because I had to do the same shit. Like, you haven't lived till you have to hold on to the car to get into the car. Like, it's a fun experience for sure.
We're gonna run a U-Haul next time.
The air's on, David. You alright, son?
No, Mom, I'm not alright.
Yell at her.
I'm hurting, Amanda.
Okay, but doesn't mean you yell at your mother. Have some respect.
Well, damn, David's just a regular old ball of joy, huh? Most of us bounce around happy and jolly. People think that, like, all fat people are just jolly and happy all the time. Newsflash, not exactly the case. Sometimes we're miserable pieces of shit, and this guy's starting to be one.
Tired of being like this. This is no way to live. Hurt, uncomfortable all the time. What people make fun of you.
No one's making fun of you, son.
What about Benji?
It's like
He sat there and laughed at me all you want.
He's not laughing at you, son. I'm not laughing at you, son. I'm crying.
I'm crying. Yeah. I mean, Mom probably feels a little bit guilty for letting her kids play hot cross buns with cinnamon rolls instead of actually getting them instruments as a kid. But their instrument was their mouth. They used it. They got where they are now. Now it's time to reverse it. The only way you can't dig yourself out of is the grave, though.
David can't keep going like this. And when he starts to hurt, he just breaks down. And it all gets much worse. So I'm hoping we both get help today.
Oh, I can't feel my feet.
But
You gotta love Benji, man. David can't keep doing this. David. Benji hasn't done anything yet, you know?
he really needs it right now.
Oh, I got a cramp.
Because I don't think he has much longer.
I don't know if Dr. Nalzar can help me. I've been rejected numerous times from other surgeons. But I've been praying every day that the doctor's appointment goes good.
Yes, but you've never met the morbid Messiah. He can help you even if you have to do the splits to walk and come in here. There's people not even getting out of the damn bed. Doctor now saved. This man is a blessing on all fat kind. He needs to be saved. He's a national treasure, okay?
David and Benji Bolton?
Benji, you go first. I need to sit down for a minute.
No problem.
Sounds right.
No, last time I had my weight check, I was in the lower 500s. So I figured that's the range I'm in.
Oh, you've been clocking in overtime at that drive-thru, huh, Benji? Makes you feel a little bit ill right now. You realize you're only 18 pounds away from being up there in the 600 club.
It's a little higher. You're annoying. But my concern is how high David's is going to be.
See how his smile instantly faded at first. He was like, yes, Benji's that big. Now again, talk shit about me. Then he realized, oh shit, Benji's that big. How big am I? He's gonna be like 800 freaking pounds.
I know it's going to be really bad. I really hope he's just not so high that I can help him today.
734 is my next chest.
Take this. Here goes. I can't believe that. I'll beat you in 5 seconds.
What can't you believe? Because the Riddler could have figured this one out pretty damn quick. That's a lot of Reese cuts going into that bag, huh?
Seeing that number on the scale still ain't the show. Especially with my family here. So I'm really embarrassed right now. Not good. And I'm scared. I'm real scared. This is the last chance on both of us.
Console and I have recorded some 20 shows over the last couple of decades. Tom and Soul on Uncommon Knowledge now.
Here goes.
You don't have to hold back against me. Niles!
Welcome to this special edition of Uncommon Knowledge. I'm your host, Thomas Sowell. Lived as a boy in a house without plumbing in Gastonia, North Carolina. Spent his 2 years in Harlem. Tried out for the Brooklyn Dodgers. History might have been different. Served in the United States Marine Corps. Holds degrees from Harvard, Columbia, and the University of Chicago. Taught at Douglas College, Cornell, Howard, Brandeis, Amherst, and UCLA. Has published at least 40 books, or different ways to handle it, depending on revised editions, new editions, reprints, and so forth, and has served for 48 years now as a fellow at the University. You and I talked about the conversation we're about to have today, and you said you wanted to devote one topic. Not economics, not race, not sociology or culture. You want to talk about education. Yeah, why?
The reason I have such a focus on education is one that it's one of the major institutions of our society that is failing more so than most of the other institutions of our society. And it's failing in two different ways. It's failing to teach students how to think. It's failing to give them a background of knowledge and history. And it's failing to allow them to express views that are different than what is being propagandized. Things that become propaganda agents, more so than education. I think more than that, the way these education is set up as an institution, there's nothing in it to cause them to change to correct themselves. If you're in private business, if you're making widgets, if you're not making widgets that the public wants to put up then you will discover that because you can't sell it, you will lose money, and you will be forced out of business. Milton Friedman used to say that people call this a capitalist society as a profit society. It's a profit and loss society. And the losses are just as important as the profits, because the losses force people to stop doing things that are not working. And only those who are doing things that can be self-supporting can continue. That's not really education. Public school education, you have almost inexhaustible amount of money from the taxpayers. Private schools have become private more in name than reality. They're getting billions of dollars of taxpayers, and there's very little following of what happened. So they can keep on doing things along for generation after generation. My book, Inside American Education, is one that I want to have people take a look at. And not because it's a new book, but precisely because it's an old book. By reading it, you see that things that we have newly discovered that are going on in the schools, sometimes as a result of the COVID pandemic, and homeschooling came out of that. Those things have been like that for 30 years or more. There's one of the particular items, for example, is someone discovered that in Minnesota, the schools were teaching boys about tampons, and some people seized upon that. Hey, what a strange thing that is. It is. But it's been doing that for more than 30 years, and you would never have known that except for the pandemic. Any idea that the public can keep up with what is going on in the schools in any serious way is false. You have to have some mechanism by which the schools can be changed, or the people can be allowed out of those schools without their having to be able to keep up with what's actually going on. Tom, as I read your life story here, A Personal Odyssey, and we've known each other for a long time, one of the reasons you feel so deeply about education is because of the difference it made in your life. Oh, yes. Could I ask you just to tell a couple of stories? You've moved from North Carolina to Harlem. You meet a kid named Eddie, and Eddie takes you to a strange institution. Could you tell us about that? You still remember it vividly. Oh,
yes.
Eddie came from a much better educated family than I did, but my family appreciated education, and therefore, even before I arrived in New York, they had picked out Eddie as someone that I must get to know, because he can tell me things that they don't know, and introduce me really to parts of the world that they're not familiar with. And the first thing he did was take me to a public library. I came into this big building with enormous numbers of books. I wondered, why am I here? I don't have enough money to buy one book. I was already thinking like a Chicago economist. And his explanation it was hard for me to understand, but he eventually convinced me to reluctantly take out a library card and to borrow a couple of books. And since I arrived in the summer, I had no school to go to. There were no kids nearby, and so I started becoming a reader. And after a while, it became a habit, and I had no idea at the time what the significance of this would be. But without that, the rest of the story would not have been the same.
Have you ever given any thought to how your life might have turned out if you had stayed in North Carolina?
I try not to think of that.
All right. That bad?
Yes.
All right.
There was a reason why blacks were moving out of the South by the millions in the first half of the 20th century. And they understood that there was not much point staying to try to change the minds of the people in the South. You simply take yourself out of the South. Now, older people had connections that couldn't do that, but a disproportionate number of younger people just left the area, and that had a major effect on their income and other opportunities.
Right. You went on to you developed the habit of reading. We're compressing this just a little bit. You developed the habit of reading. You would become a student at Howard University. You transfer from Howard to Harvard. And from Harvard on, Tom Sowell becomes the Tom Sowell we know, an intellectual, an author, an academic. But there are years before you go to Howard.
Oh, yes.
In which you have some very hard times. So my question is this on education. Very few people are going to become anything like the intellectual that you went on to become. But all of us experience hard times. How did that habit of reading, of educating yourself, of acquiring knowledge, help to sustain you through those hard times?
Well, it did in terms of morale and so on. But there's another aspect of my education that I think may have some relevance. It was common in those days when kids came out of the South and went to school in New York, at least the black kids, I think it was probably true of the whites as well, that they would be automatically put back 1 year because the difference in the educational quality was that great. And when I enrolled in the first in New York, they said they were going to do that, and I asked to see the principal. And I thought I was ready to take on the school in New York without being put back a year, and I convinced him he would let me try. It was a decision. It was a bad decision on my part, but it also tells you something about ability and what the limits are. So I was put in 4A3. That's the 4th grade. A being this fall semester, and 3. They had what they call ability grouping in those days. The best students were put in 4A1, the second best in 4A2, and they put me in 4A3. And I found I couldn't do the work. You couldn't keep up. I couldn't do the work. Having been one of the best students in my class in North Carolina, I was now the worst student in the class in Harlem. And whoever was next to worst was probably a lot better than I was. And I can remember at one point actually crying over my homework because I was just absolutely stunned. And of course, when I turned to the adults for help, they said, we don't have any kind of education that enables us to help you. And so it was a real struggle. Now, at the end of that semester, I received a commendation card from the principal as the most improved student in the class, which I was happy about. But I still hadn't improved enough. So when they promoted me, where I would normally have been go from 4A3 to 4B3, they put me in 4B4, the lowest class, because I still had not caught up. And so I finally got my act together, and I got back. I went to 5A3, so now I'm up there with only the third lowest students. And so, and it was only after that I made it finally to 5B1. But it's a year and a half to do that. And so, despite the success I had in later years, the fact is that mere raw ability by itself only goes so far. And I think a lot of what is being said doesn't take that into account.
The work, the decent schooling, dedicated teachers who know their jobs, it all still matters no matter how bright the kids are.
Well, that's true. But it's also true that the difference between Charlotte and New York was huge. And moreover, in later years, when I'm doing research on IQs, I happen to come across the IQs for the kids in that school at the time that I was in that school. Their average IQ was 84.
Really?
Yes. And now I go on. And so at the end of the 6th grade in elementary school, I was then assigned to a predominantly white junior high school. And now I entered at 7A1. And it so happened that in this school, there was also a different class called 7AR, and that was the rapid advancement class. And that was a class for students with IQs of 120 and above. And someone in the school personnel decided they would find out if there were any kids who had IQs over 120 who were not in that class already. And they discovered that there were 4, and I was one of them. And so, despite that, I had to struggle for a year and a half to catch up with kids whose IQs were 84. Now I go into the 7AR, and I remember the first math exam there. When the teacher brought back the corrected things, he said, I didn't think it was a tough exam for a class like this, but only one person made 100 on it. And his name was, and he starts going through the things trying to find it. His name was, and being something of a wise guy, said, Thomas Sowell. He said, yes, that's the name. But the point is that, so here I am, I had trouble keeping up with kids whose IQs were 84 until I finally, a year and a half later, gotten up into the top class. And yet, when I went at that point, I could then go anywhere and do anything.
So, as you have demonstrated pretty amply in the years since, you have a first-rate mind. But it would have been wasted if you had, that's a hint as to what would have happened if you'd faced the very sparse, poor education, if you'd stayed in North Carolina.
Yes.
All right. Tom, you and I have talked about the story of Dunbar High School.
Yes.
The high school, you first wrote about it in 1974, all-black high school in Washington. I'm going to quote you now. As far back as 1899, Dunbar students came in first in citywide tests given in both black and white schools. I want to repeat that. The black kids at Dunbar came in first.
Oh, wait, that was an error. That was an error.
Oh, it was?
Yes, that was from reading what someone else had said.
Oh.
In later years, I did my own research. There were four, and they came in ahead of two of the three white schools.
Okay, all right. Thank you for correcting your own work. Over the 85-year span, 1870 to 1955, most of Dunbar's graduates went on to college, even though most Americans, white or black, in those years did not.
Yes.
All right. Then we get the Supreme Court decision in Brown requiring schools to be desegregated. Dunbar was all black.
Mm-hmm.
They're shifting all around in Washington, D.C. They move in some white kids. They take black kids from the local neighborhood. It had been that black kids from clear across town, if they wanted to go to Dunbar, could go. And Dunbar sinks. And now I want to quote you again because this is something that I've heard you comment on often. Quote, social pathology has held an enduring fascination for researchers, and nowhere more so than in the study of black Americans. Isolated successes receive occasional attention, but large-scale or institutional progress and excellence seem to be almost shunned. With all the voluminous outpourings on black educational pathology, there has been an almost total neglect of black educational successes.
Yes.
Why?
That is the question that I have not been able to solve, but which I hope someone in the younger generation will do that. There have been other schools. One that by the time I came along to do my research on Dunbar had already was no longer a school what it had been. But there was one black school that impressed me enormously. It was in New York City. And I was collecting data, and I went to the principal's office there to ask if he had any data on the test scores of the people in his school. And he said to me, yes, and I'll show it to you later, but you won't believe the data unless you see the students. And so this was in a regular ghetto school. In fact, I phoned a friend I knew in New York and told him I was in town and could we get together for lunch. And I said, I have a rented car, and I told him where I was. And he said, you sure are brave to park a car in that neighborhood. And he said brave, but I'm sure he meant foolhardy. But nevertheless, and the principal, instead of giving me the usual Potemkin Village tour, he said, we'll walk down this hallway on each of these floors, and you pick out whichever room you want to go into. And we'll come in there and sit for a while. And so that's what we did, and every floor in the building. And I came in, and this is just a typical ghetto school. All those kids spoke the King's English. All of them had very good answers to all the questions that were asked. And it was just as if it was some middle class or higher place. And I just 2 or 3 rooms on each floor, and it's all the same. And only after that did he turn the test results over to me. And this school was far superior to any of the other schools in his district. and it was by no means any better off socioeconomically than their neighborhood was certainly no better, but it could be done. That was half a century ago. Nobody that I know of has ever taken the slightest interest in that school.
Tom, you're the first guest who can refer to work he's done half a century ago. So this is related, the lack of interest, it's related. Here's another point that I'm very struck by that you have made in our conversations over the years, and that is that from emancipation, from the end of the Civil War, to before the Civil Rights Acts and before the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s, you've got a century, a clean century, pretty clean century, 1865 to 1965. And do African Americans remain immured in the status of former slaves? No. They get educations. They're making tremendous progress. Of course, they stay behind blacks, but there is demonstrable progress. The black family, by and large, remains intact. And there's progress of all kinds in that century. Or I'll put it, Condi Rice and I went down to Birmingham, Alabama, about a year and a half ago, and we did a show there on Birmingham, and we did a show because it was the 60th anniversary of Dr. King's, the so-called Youth March, when kids from high school and so forth marched in Birmingham. And I went down there thinking that Condi and her generation, who'd gone from segregated Birmingham to lead big, of course, Condi's a special case because she's a former Secretary of State, but she made the point that from her neighborhood, lots of kids did well. I went down there thinking that they were the heroic generation. And of course, those achievements are enormous. But I decided that their parents and grandparents were the heroic generation because they had gone from zero education as emancipated slaves. In 3-4 generations, Condi's father and mother were both teachers. Condi took me back to her neighborhood and she said, in this neighborhood on Saturday afternoon, you'd have seen little kids playing. But on Saturday morning, I had my piano lesson, the little kid across the street had a French lesson. All the kids were kept in to be educated. Okay. And yet this heroic, to me, a heroic century has just disappeared. It's gone down the memory hole. We don't have historians writing about that. It's a missing century. Why? I don't understand why. Why isn't that part of our history?
I think a good part of it would be that it would undermine the things that people are doing now that are supposed to be advancing the people who are low income and less educated. And they want to take credit for the progress that's been made, as if it all started with the 1960s. And I mentioned the place in Brooklyn, but I mean, Dunbar High School, to give you some idea. Out of Dunbar High School, there came the first black man to graduate from the Naval Academy at Annapolis, the first black general in the Army, the first black cabinet member, the first black man to become a full professor at a nationally known university. I think I left out one or two, but it was also a doctor who became internationally known because of his work on blood plasma, which apparently came in handy during World War II when there were a lot of injured people in Britain who needed blood plasma. And again, I know of nobody who's followed up. There have been two books that I know are written about Dunbar, one by a former teacher. And the other, but there was not, the former teacher had some data in her book, but nobody since then. And when I wrote it, I thought, because the whole educational effort following from the 1954 decision by the Supreme Court was that separate schools were inherently unequal. And then it so happens that Dunbar High School was located within walking distance of the Supreme Court that declared its existence impossible. Whether the Chief Justice Warren believed that himself or not, and he takes this picture that you see that blacks, because they're kept out of the white high schools, this will so affect their picture of the world and themselves that it will be a big educational handicap. Now it so happens I went to one of those segregated schools in the South. There were no white people in our neighborhoods. There were no white people in our churches. There were no white people in our places where we played. If we found white people in the school, we would wonder what the hell was going on. But just one false assumption like that can, for years, decades now, keep the truth from coming out, because people get a vested interest in that. Whatever people pay any attention at all to my work on Dunbar High School, and there were very few, spent their time trying to discredit its relevance. So those were middle-class people. None of them cited a speck of evidence that they had any idea of either the income or the occupations of the parents of those kids. Now it so happens I did have some, and it was not. There were some multiple number of kids whose mothers were maids as compared to those whose fathers were doctors. And that was true back in 1895, when they bested two of the three white high schools. And so what you have among intellectuals of all people is a notion that there's some set idea, and anything that goes against that idea, they're not interested in pursuing.
Got it. Your 2020 book, Charter Schools and Their Enemies. You examine a number of charter schools. This is 2020. It's a good number of years after you grew up in Harlem. But you went back to Harlem and you discovered charter schools that were using classrooms in public school buildings, drawing from the same population. So it's the same kinds of kids being taught in the same buildings, under the same New York State curriculum as those in the public schools. And here's what you found. That not only did the kids, and we're talking here mostly about black and Hispanic kids, not only do these kids do better than minority kids in public schools, but on one subject after another, they test better than white kids out in the suburbs. So you discovered what you've always known, but you bring forth evidence, and you have appendix after appendix with test scores, all the evidence in the book. The 2020 book, Charter Schools and Their Enemies. We know how to educate little black kids and little Hispanic kids and give them an opportunity. And here is why it is called Charter Schools and Their Enemies, because the charter schools were under intense political pressure from liberals. And you note that Mayor Bill de Blasio, then mayor of New York, had ended the expansion of charter schools. He put the charter schools under pressure. I'm going to quote you. It is a painful irony that the people who are promoting the make-believe equality of inclusion and diversity in schools are attacking charter schools that are producing the real equality of educational achievement. Close quote. Again, what's going on? Why wouldn't liberals embrace and celebrate and try to promote charter? Why wouldn't everybody attempt to celebrate this result?
Well, for one thing, their whole vision of the world is one in which the government has to step in and rescue blacks and And the liberals preempt the decision making of blacks and of other groups in the past who have been low income and having difficulty. And it will never occur to them that those people know their own situation far better than any liberal knows it. One of the people who has written about this is a man who graduated summa cum laude from Harvard. That may charitable people may think of that as a mitigating factor. But he says openly himself that he really has not looked at data. But he's been writing articles and books showing why you shouldn't support charter schools. And he said, well, obviously the parents don't know enough to be able to pick the right schools for their kids, and something has to be done for it. So facts are really a danger to the egos of a lot of people with high IQs and low information.
Universities. We've got the Trump administration taking all kinds of actions with regard to universities. They've used federal funding to bring pressure on universities to end DEI. They've used civil rights investigations to crack down on anti-Semitism. They've instigated immigration and customs investigations of foreign students who've been accused of contributing to campus unrest. They've used Title IX to keep biological men out of women's sports, and so it has gone. Your old alma mater, Harvard University. Yes. Don't feel guilty. You didn't know any better at the time, Tom.
I did know better at the time.
Oh, you did?
I didn't go to my graduation. I gave them my forwarding address and left.
Send the diploma to them when you get to it.
Yeah, and I've only kept in touch with one person, a roommate of mine in Harvard. I've never gone to any of the annual class reunions, or even when I was living one year, a 30-minute drive from Harvard.
All right. So let me quote the president of Harvard, current president of Harvard, Alan Garber, who was at Stanford for many years. This is an interview he gave last spring. The administration's measures don't even hit the same people that they believe are causing the problems. Why cut off research funding? Sure.
It is. I mean, it's scary. It's really fearful, but I mean, you do the cupcake shuffle enough, eventually you're gonna stop friggin' dancing. That's just the fact. That's the fact of the matter, guys.
But I don't think Benji realizes how drastic this is. And we might fight like brothers fight, but I love him. And I'm worried about him. So we're gonna get the help and we're gonna do this, Benji. You just gotta put it in your mind that you wanna do it. That's the main factor at this point. Hello.
How y'all doing?
Damn, that room is barely fitting all of them in there, huh? I don't think we've ever gotten a frame where it's like almost the camera, like lens isn't wide enough to get all the big people in the room.
All right.
I'm Dr. Nazardan.
I'm David.
Nice to meet you, David.
I'm Benji.
Nice to meet you, Benjamin.
Amanda.
That's my wife.
Good to meet you.
I'm Rhonda, I'm their mom.
Okay, so you got a whole family here. All right, so David, let's start with you. You are 747 pounds. So tell me why you think you're at this point.
I can't control it. I've tried to control my dieting and what I eat, low carbs, high protein. You know, I can eat once or twice a day and still gain weight.
Okay, so this whole myth that you can't control it, and it's a lot of people struggle with it in a lot of different ways, which, I don't know, Dr. Now probably is going to send them to therapy. I do know, I've heard people say, like, they have a wave of anxiety come over them when they don't put something in their mouth, and I don't think they meant it in a dirty way. I think they just meant eating.
Okay, don't give me that. You're here to get help, so don't start this all off by saying you don't eat that much, and somehow you over 700 pounds. If you want help, no excuses. You got that?
Yes.
You're right. I don't always stick exactly to the diet. I'll end up eating pizza or pasta.
And that's why you gained the weight, right?
Yes.
Also, to get over 700 pounds, like, there's more than just pizza and pasta. You're probably drinking bacon grease as like a dessert or something like that. Because it's like hard to get to 600 like I did. It's damn near impressive to get any higher than that. Because you like have to physically do next to nothing.
Alright, so you're 35 and you're not that far from reaching over 100 pounds and becoming immobile. So in real life, there's no way you're gonna see 40 like this. Something will finally push your body to the limits. You probably wouldn't even survive a bad cold right now. And you need to consider making a total life change if you want to live.
Isn't that scary though? Because he's 35, he's saying he wants to see 40, he said his daughter's 13. That means he's not going to see his daughter's 18th birthday, which is absolutely freaking heartbreaking just to hear.
Do that. Maybe we can help you, okay? Alright, good. Okay, Benjamin, you are 5'82", and you are quickly approaching 600 pounds. How long have you been struggling with your weight?
I've been overweight for 20 years.
And what seems to be the challenges with your eating habit?
Problems. David, that mother always calls. He always wants me to go through the drive-thru. I tell him no, I don't want to do it. And then he bamboozles me into getting a burger, so I don't know how the hell it keeps happening to me.
Most of my habits were I work nights and I eat in the truck, or I don't get out and I don't get no exercise other than just going to work. It's the exercise, and I think the big part of
Exercise is not part of your problem, okay? Exercising to burn a few hundred calories doesn't help when you're eating 5,000 to 7,000 calories a day. So your problem is you're taking too many calories. And Benji, you'll be amazed how fast you're going to be able to gain weight to get up to your better size. And at the rate you're going, you'll be heavier than him. So your long-term outlook isn't much better. And you both need to take your situation very seriously.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did you see the little smirk on Benji's wife's face when he said that? He's like, yeah, man, just not physically active enough. And then she's sitting there going, this mother just ate 3 pizzas last night. Like, she knew that he was so full of it. But he's probably convinced himself that he just needs to work out more and it'll all go away.
I'm giving you both a 1,200 calorie a day low carb, high protein diet that you're going to start immediately. And I want both of you to increase your activity, okay?
I'm ready to do it.
And if you want without surgery, then I want both of you to lose 40 pounds over the next month to show me you're willing to do this.
I'm gonna lose 50.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna lose 50.
Okay, that's fine. We'll make it 50 for you, David. But Benji can still do 40, okay?
Sounds good.
You know how, like, bad it's going to be if he just, like, shot himself in the foot and he's like, I can do 50, and then he ends up losing, like, 20 pounds. But he's got the motivation. He's got a kid. He's got a woman that seems to love him. Like, he's got reasons to change, okay? It's just going to be 100% up to him at this point.
All right, I'll see you both in a month. I expect to see some good progress from both of you. Got it?
Right. This whole family's gonna get healthy.
All right, super.
Okay, Mom.
David and Benji have a unique dynamic that is going to be difficult to change.
Yeah, it's called Pop-Tarts over playgrounds. Their mom started it when they were a damn kid. Twinkies over, like, monkey bars, you know? Like Milky Ways over monkey bars, whatever the hell you want to say.
Benji is very quiet and he didn't interact a lot. He let David do much of the talking, so I'm concerned he's not taking this very seriously right now and getting the gravity of the situation. But this isn't too uncommon when you have 2 large family members, when one is bigger than the other. The smaller one uses the fact that they aren't as big to justify themselves that their situation isn't as bad yet.
I told you guys. It's like, it's this screwed up way of thinking that I really do think is human nature. Like, I feel like people derive some kind of pleasure in realizing somebody's worse off than them just so they can feel better about themselves. But I mean, you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying people do it all the friggin' time.
So we have a lot of work to do to turn both of their situation around.
I'm very worried for my brother because I remember when I weighed 500 pounds and I was in the same shape he is in right now. And we both have daughters that we need to see grow up and get married. We got a mother that needs us to take care of her. So we need to do this. I had to say 50. Yeah, it's amazing.
You know, the screwed up thing though is like, okay, coming from being bigger than friggin' Benji, like my dad's health steady decline, so I'm really happy that I can help him. Like say I get a call saying Bill, I can go pick him up or something. I wouldn't have been able to do it at my biggest, so I'm really happy for that. But it's still so sad that you gotta watch your parents decline health-wise and your health isn't all that great at this point either.
It's not gonna be easy. You gotta do it.
I'm not sure what to think about everything the doctor said. I'm surprised I let myself get as heavy as I am. But I feel like he was a little harsh. But I'm really glad that Dr. now is willing to help David. And I'm ready to start this journey. It'll be a long process, but we can do it.
I don't know why ever. Dr. Al is blunt, alright? I'm a blunt person. But if you walk into his office and you say, Doc, I don't know what the hell's wrong. My thighs are touching my ankles. Like, what the hell happened? And he's like, how many milkshakes did you have yesterday? Well, just 7. But I mean, you can't drink calories. Like, people just come in here with this friggin' idea that they're just gonna lie to the doctor's face and he hadn't seen it before. Because he's 100% jaded. He's been lied to by every person the size of Moby Dick from here to Timbuktu.
This video is sponsored by Marvel Rivals. Oh man, they had to make Deadpool of all people 3 different roles? This video's gonna take forever to make.
Got you!
Necro, baby! I knew that you were gonna be making it for Noob's videos, so I thought I could help! Who better to explain Deadpool than me? Deadpool! No, for the 5th time, Wade. I don't need your help, I can do this by myself. I've done a million of these. Okay, you're the for Noobs guy, I'll let you do you, but I'll be better. And it better be good. Shane, it better be good. I promise you it'll be good. Just please go so I can finish. Okay, I'll see you later. Toodles. Oh my gosh. Deadpool is the new hero in Season 6 of Marvel Rivals. He is easily one of the most popular Marvel heroes of all time, so his announcement was beyond exciting, especially when it was announced that he is the first hero who is every single role. I'll let him explain himself.
Little did he know, I was messing with my code to give you wider resolution possible. So now, the enemy, and the strategist. Now, Marvel Korean War.
Yep, he's a duelist, a strategist, and a vanguard. So you know this video is gonna be long, with 3 times the kit. It's an extra thick video today. But before I explain how to play Deadpool, let's quickly go over his comic book history first. So while the modern iteration of the character is extremely goofy and is known for breaking the 4th wall, Deadpool wasn't always like this. He first appeared in New Mutants issue 98, and he was more of a mercenary type character that fought Cable and the X-Men. He was funny, but not anywhere near how he is these days. And depending on the comic, Deadpool's backstory is never fully set in stone. But what we do know is his real name is Wade Wilson. Probably. And he had a rough upbringing, running away from his home as a teenager. Sometimes he has a military background, other times he's just a mercenary. But when it comes to how he got his powers, it's always because he had an incurable cancer. And in order to treat it, he ends up being used as an experiment in the Weapon X program. But this disfigures his face and body, but also gives him a regenerative healing factor. But unfortunately, this healing factor also accelerated his cancer, which is why he looks so disfigured and also made him a little crazy. So crazy that he can break the 4th wall and talk to us, the reader of the comic. So the Weapon X people sent him to die with other failed experiments at a prison, and in this hospice prison, the prisoners would bet on who would die first. They called it a Deadpool. But it turned out that Wade couldn't die, and boy did they try to kill him. So he escaped and ironically decided to call himself Deadpool. So, with his iconic red outfit to cover his gross body, some pistols and katanas, Deadpool cracks jokes while fighting crime and killing his enemies, earning the nickname the Merc with the Mouth. And he's teamed up with a lot of the most popular heroes like Wolverine and Spider-Man, and he does this all while breaking the fourth wall and being fully aware that he's in a comic, which has made him a fan favorite for a long time now. And he's easily one of the strongest characters in comic book history. At one point, he killed the entire Marvel Universe. In the comic, Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe, which technically isn't in the main canon. It's more of a what if, but the fact that he can do it is insane. So Deadpool continued to be silly and break the fourth wall in every iteration. Comics, movies, video games, even in VR. And now he is in Marvel Rivals. Normally the developers handle his introduction, but of course he had to break the fourth wall and introduce himself to us. And in Marvel Rivals they didn't hold back at all.
Deadpool is Oh, you can't box a genius like me into a single class. I'm versatile, baby. Hey, take a break, boss. Your new pal Wade will handle this one himself. We've gotten too comfortable with Guang here these last few seasons. Now it's time for a little Deadpool here.
So now that you know who Deadpool is, let's learn how to play him, shall we? So while Deadpool has a version of himself that is a vanguard, a duelist, and a strategist, the core gameplay is very similar. So I think to make this as easy as possible to understand, I'll go over each part of his kit, first as a duelist, then as a strategist, and then vanguard. Deadpool's main weapons are his dual Desert Eagles. They do a solid amount of damage at a decent range. However, they do have damage fall off past 15 meters. As a duelist and a vanguard, you can eliminate most enemies with 4 headshots. But as a strategist, it will take 5 headshots, as your weapon is slightly weaker. But as a strategist, you can heal your teammates by shooting them. So that definitely makes up for the drawback. But regardless of what role you choose, your damage output with these pistols is really strong, if you can aim. Come over here, I'm healing Link! Link, I'm trying to get Link! Stand still! You'll end up picking off enemies with them at all ranges. If you're a fan of the hit scan, Deadpool's your man. And as a strategist, it's really nice to be able to hit scan heal your teammates from any distance. And his healing isn't half bad. But Deadpool has another weapon, which is of course his iconic dual katanas. These are obviously strong when fighting in close range, and they are the strongest as a duelist, and slightly weaker as a vanguard or a strategist. And strategist Deadpool's blades will create a healing area of effect when you hit an enemy. So Deadpool really can heal a ton of health. It's wild. Either way, you will want to equip these blades when the fighting gets super clustered in close range, where you can just hack and slash all willy-nilly. When you have your pistol out, your first ability as a duelist is Headshot, which has you throw your literal icon on the bottom left of the screen. Yeah, seriously, that icon. And it damages any enemy it hits along the path up to roughly 30 meters. So as a duelist, this is a nice quick burst option to finish off a weakened enemy. Or if the enemy team is clustered, you can just throw it in there and cause so much havoc. Now, as a strategist, it's literally the same ability, except it's a little weaker, and you guessed it, it heals your teammates. The healing output you get from throwing your face at people is pretty decent. It can save your teammates' lives in a pinch. Now this ability slot completely changes if you're playing Vanguard Deadpool. Instead of throwing your icon at people, you actually throw a magical unicorn shield, which is just a little plushie. But this creates a bubble that blocks all incoming damage for a few seconds or until it breaks. This can actually block a ton of damage, and since it's on a relatively short cooldown, you can really protect your team with it and be a true Vanguard. It also completely disappears when you die, so be a good Vanguard and don't do that, you noob. Now when Deadpool has his swords out, that same ability completely changes. But thankfully, this sword ability is pretty much the same for each version of Deadpool. And it's called either Hazardous Hijinks or Healing Hijinks. Basically, you dash forward and strike enemies in your path with your blades. And if Duelist or Vanguards hit an enemy, it lets you use it again. While the Strategist Deadpool, you guessed it, heals teammates on top of doing damage. You see, it's really not that complicated. The Duelist and Strategist Deadpool get 2 total cooldowns of this ability, while Vanguards only get 1. But no matter the role, this is incredible movement to help you close the gap on enemies. It's his best ability to chase down enemies trying to run away. Even if you still have your pistols out, you can swap to the swords pretty fast and dash at an enemy before they can say chimichangas. Dude, I can't kill him. Oh, I can't kill him, I lied! And when you do reset it and dash over and over and over again, it feels incredible. And of course, it's just a great tool to escape enemy ultimates. Like Jeff. Oh, I got sucked. I lived!
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
Now, every version of Deadpool shares the next ability, Deadpool in your area. If you're using the Duelist Deadpool, any enemy in your radius will get hurt, and it will also disrupt their vision, while also granting you damage reduction. When a Strategist Deadpool uses this, it will hurt enemies and heal allies in that same radius, which is why it's green. Color coordination! And Vanguards will hurt enemies in the radius while also gaining increased attack speed, so your pistols shoot faster and your swords swipe quicker. Huh. That feels like they swapped the Duelist and the Vanguard one. Interesting. Now this ability as a Duelist and a Vanguard is great for diving in, doing a ton of damage, and racking up kills. And as a healer, you'll do the same, but usually around your own team to help keep them and yourself alive. His final ability is his bunny hop. Deadpool can double jump in the air, and he can land on enemies, dealing damage. And if you're a Vanguard or a Duelist, you'll gain bonus health. If you're a Strategist, you can actually bounce on your teammates and heal them. Duelists and Strategists can reset the bunny hop after successfully landing on a head, or bouncing off the wall. Vanguards don't get that fun reset. This is just a nice vertical option that can mix up your movement, making you harder to track, meaning that you're harder to kill. And it can also help you get to the high ground, especially when you pair it with your dash ability. Now, Deadpool has two passive abilities that are the same for all versions. First, he has a healing factor that heals his health after not being shot for a while. But this will instantly kick in when you take a big hit and get critically low, which is a cool way to give him his comic book accurate power without being too overpowered. And this healing factor is great on all rolls. You can go in, do a ton of damage, dash out, and then just passively heal. Yo, I need some help. I'll passively heal, it's okay. I'm passively healing, it's okay. And his final passive ability is Maximum Flare. Every time one of your abilities lands, you'll gain style points. And once you get to S tier, you can use one of your two ultimates. Yes, on top of all the stuff I just went over, Deadpool also has two ultimates. If you're holding your pistols, he'll scream, which will continuously hurt the enemy that you targeted, or if you're a Strategist, continuously heal nearby allies, or if you're a Vanguard, continuously give more maximum health to yourself. And if the person you targeted misses any of their abilities, the enemy will hurt themselves even more. This ultimate ability is really fun to land on enemies, since it will force them to either stop playing normally, or risk missing one of their abilities and accidentally eliminating themselves in the process. Oh, I killed someone. Oh, I killed Tony with the ultimate. I did the one aim at the Tony unalive. So, it's also very on brand for Deadpool to reference such an old meme. Who would reference old memes? Psh, not me. Now, unlike regular ultimates, you can't get the ultimate by just chilling there. You have to actually land your abilities. And also, unlike regular ultimates, if you die, when you spawn, you won't have the ultimate. So it's kind of a use it or lose it type situation. Now, if you have the katanas out, you can activate his other ultimate. Pop Quiz, or the Big Test, or the Final Exam. It's all test related. You get more speed and more self-healing. And if you land the required amount of abilities listed, you'll hit the jackpot and have all your abilities reset, and you'll be even faster and heal even more. It's absolutely crazy. It's not the strongest ultimate, but if you coordinate it right, you can rack up plenty of kills. It's like you're actually trying to successfully complete a minigame challenge mid-round without dying. It's a bit challenging, but when you pull it off, it's absolutely bonkers. I did it! I finally did it! Oh my god! Now, if all of that seemed like a lot, we aren't even close to done yet, because Deadpool is a freaking MOBA character. Deadpool has the ability to level up mid-round and upgrade his own kit. If you upgrade the guns, they're stronger and can shoot poop emojis that explode. If you upgrade the blades, the stabby stabs can land critical hits. If you upgrade the unicorn bubble, it gets bigger and stronger. Or if you're upgrading your icon throwing ability, you can have multiple icons to throw at enemies. It just starts spamming out, it's kinda crazy. If you upgrade the dash, you get more dashes. Or in the Duelist's case, unlimited dashes if you don't miss. It's very nuts. And the ultimates can just kill enemies faster. Essentially, most of the upgrades are similar enough to each version of Deadpool. You can just assume that the Duelist one does more damage, and the Vanguard one gives them more overhealth, and the Strategist one heals more. So you just need to know which upgrades you want to do first, because sometimes you won't get to upgrade all of them. So prioritize the abilities you're most likely to do well with first and foremost. Just don't fat finger it in the middle of a fight. Okay, I made a big mistake of trying to upgrade mid-fight on accident. You know, like it just blocks your whole screen?
Yeah, that's so funny.
And you can't really do anything about it? That's like the funniest bad mistake you can make. You noob. And the final thing you can do as Deadpool is take a little selfie. Every time you land the final blow on anyone, you can take a selfie on their dead corpse, and this will greatly increase your experience points so you can level up faster. And also, you're completely invulnerable when taking a selfie. So in a pinch, it can fully block big ultimates like Iron Man or Magneto. His cheeks really do be deflecting things, and when you pull it off in game, it's incredible. Oh, did I block it? I did the thing with the selfie! I did it! I actually did it in game! Too bad there isn't a place where you can like download the selfies, because I would do that in a heartbeat. Okay, that's every single ability in a nutshell. So figure out which of the 3 roles fits your playstyle the best, and go in there and dead some pulls. Okay, I'm exhausted. I'll catch you later. Ya noob. Wait a minute! You can't end a video like that! Where are the pro tips? He fell asleep. I guess it's my turn to do the video. So listen to these pro tips. Number 1, I have one team up with my little buddy Jeff, of course. I give him a little unicorn thing that heals. Ain't it adorable? But if I'm being honest, I feel like me and my best bud Logan should have had a team up where we aura farm and save the world like we always do. Macro and Tony Romero made a TikTok showcasing that. But in this game, any character that can give me extra damage boosts and keep me alive will pair well with me, especially Gambit. I don't understand a word he's saying, but I don't need to understand when he's making my ultimates look like this.
Keep me up.
Oh my god! Oh! Go ahead! Go ahead! Number 2. One cool part of my kit is that if you need me to switch roles, I'll keep all the experience I earned with me even after switching, so you don't have to start at square one like a bum. Also, I'm almost impossible to ban in ranked. You have to ban each individual role, so use me while you can before they inevitably change that. Speaking of change, if your keybinds are at all different for the upgrade button, you might notice that the selfie button won't be bound. You could just reset to default, or you could just bind it. So make sure you bind it because I look good on camera. Number 3. Now, a lot of you noobs out here need a little hand-holding when it comes to this complicated upgrade system. So here are my recommendations for the upgrades for each of my classes. For Duelist, I'd start off by getting the upgraded dash, so you can dash in a limited amount of times. This will help you farm your ultimate and also farm some kills. Then once you can, you should upgrade your pistols for that extra damage that will add up fast. Anything after that is obviously fine. It's my kit, you really can't go wrong. Unless you're just bad. Then I can't really help you. For strategy, you gotta start off first with a pistol upgrade. That extra bonus poop emoji I shoot will give your gun an explosive healing effect that makes your job easier. Then it's a safe choice between Deadpool in your area or upgrading throwing my face around, just to keep that healing at top notch. We don't want to get heal diffs now, do we? And for Vanguard, you gotta upgrade the unicorn shield first. It becomes way bigger, and bigger is better. Then I would upgrade one of your weapons, depending on if you're diving or playing a more hybrid role. Number 4. Oh my gosh, how long was I asleep? Oh, hey Macro, you're up. Oh man, who let you in? I let myself in and I did a lot of the work for you. A thank you would be nice. Okay, I can take it from here. Let me do the final pro tip. Number 4. In this game, I can still hear you humming. Please, just let me focus. So in this game, you can... Okay, that's it. Completely different pro tip. Deadpool can be funny, but sometimes he can also be cringy, referencing Hawk Tua.
Hey, Hawk Tua, did you really start out at the circus before you joined the Avengers?
Yeah. And just yapping all the time. Yap, yap, yap. Singing while I'm in the menus. He even beefs with Galacta.
Better stop that vehicle!
You really said it. That's the one they turned into a meme.
Yeah, I know. Just stop scrolling and start moving, okay?
Okay, I actually think that's pretty funny. But if you ever need a break from Wade, here's an incredible tip. You can do this. Ah, peace at last. Deadpool is an insanely creative addition to this game that I don't think anyone expected to be this dynamic, but he is. He's funny, over the top, a bit obnoxious, and he represents his character perfectly. But how is he for noobs? For noobs? Who are we kidding? He's hard as fuck to play. But what do you think? Have you played Deadpool? And if so, do you think he's easy to play or hard to play? Do you think he's underpowered and needs buffs or overpowered and needs nerfs? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, now let me sleep for real. Ya noob.
Over here. What's wrong? Here I come. Over here.
Do you wish daily mass was more accessible? Do you feel disconnected from your faith during the week? Then tune in to Catholic TV as a prayerful companion throughout your day.
Pathetic.
We're gonna have to push each other and give each other confidence so we can go through this journey together.
Because I know this is your last chance.
Push him up to the hill, Benji.
It's been a couple days since we saw that now. And once we came back here and I got rid of all food in the house, that wasn't like that.
Flexible 700-pound man, you. I thought you was about to freaking meditate away the morbid. This man just come here doing the damn slip.
I started eating.
Here I come.
And it's been a bit of an adjustment. But I know how important this is, so I'm doing it.
Is that all you've got?
Dr. Now also wanted Benji and I to get more active.
Yep.
So I've tried walking, but it hurts too much right now. So I'm hoping I can build up my stamina. But right now I have to try and do something that I can do.
Damn, that's a very drastic move. I stayed the hell away from the floor. But I mean, I like his idea. I like his drive. Grab my toes so I can grab my wife's toes later. This guy's got it going on now.
In one place. And I'm not gonna lie, it's taking all I got.
Belly ups.
And a lot of times I feel like I'm gonna pass out. So I just take a break. And then I try to keep going and do as much as I can. But it's very little right now.
And Rome wasn't built in a day, okay? The fact of the matter is we can be out of breath eating a bagel, so you're not going to be able to, like, run, like, you know, a 10K tomorrow, but you are building and starting a base, so I'm really happy to see him going this far, like, already.
I know I have to start somewhere. And that it'll get better if I don't give up. So that's what I'm doing. And I'm pushing myself to do more every day. And hopefully I can start walking more soon.
If you get overwhelmed, there's no shame in calling it
He's
quits.
just gonna have to take small victories. Like, things aren't gonna, like, stack up that quick, so you have to be willing to see small things happen little by little. Like, I don't know, look at the mirror, see if the, like, fourth roll in the back of your head is gone, and boom, you got 3. Like, you're losing rolls, you're good to go. There's stupid stuff like that that make you happy, I guess. 2 weeks later.
I continue to push myself to stay active. And my stamina has increased a whole lot. And that feels incredible.
This is a lot. This isn't even the same damn person. They got a doppelganger in here. There's no way in 2 weeks he went from the way he was walking to this. Unless all the swelling got out of his legs. This is downright impressive.
Because a few weeks ago, I could barely make it out of my room. So I feel like I'm doing really good. And I'm sticking to the diet like I need. But it's a struggle every day.
fighting an addiction is like rolling a 1,000-pound boulder up a hill. You can push and push and push, it's always gonna roll back on you.
Yeah, true.
But some days you gotta step out of the way and roll down the hill, and you gotta follow the hill.
No escape!
They say, you know what, I'm not let the boulder push me anymore.
Kind of an interesting way to look at it. I've never heard anybody put it that way, but I mean, that's a really good way to look at it, honestly. I like that. I might say that.
Hey, babe.
Hey, babe. You're hungry.
I know.
I just got back from home.
That's good, babe. Are you hungry?
Yeah, we eat.
You want me to go fix your meal for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a little curious about her. I swear I see some bacon grease in front of her shirt. That damn bacon in her before she came home.
David's doing really well, and I'm proud of all the progress he's making. And I'm actually a little bit surprised with how much he can do now. The only complaint I have really is that he expects me to be like he does right now.
Shut the hell up. I told you guys she was a damn drive-through sneaking stuff, and I saw bacon grease. You can't trick these 600 baby. I need that stuff.
So he can get a little judgy about my food choices, but I'm overall trying to be healthy too.
There are times, Mary, as a little that's not on the diet what you eating. And that makes it a little harder for me not to struggle.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it is.
I know there's a lot of calories and carbs in those bread.
Alright, you've been on a diet for 2 weeks. You were a 700-pound man. I don't think you're allowed to like lash out at her for a piece of bread or whatever yet. Yes, you could probably lose weight too. But you kind of, I don't know, this is why I always don't want to sound preachy. I want to help my brother get on the right path, but I don't think I want to be called out. I just run around for the hell of it.
I know, babe, but I didn't eat lunch today, so I should be okay.
That's what you want.
But I'm proud of you, because you're eating all your food. Are you supposed to be eating?
That's what I gotta do. You go back to Dr. Nell's. And I feel confident I'm making progress.
You were no match for me.
I just hope that it's at least a 50-pound loss like it needs to be. And I hope Benji is doing the same. I know he's trying. And I just want us both to hit our goals and get improved.
I do think he's probably going to hit his goal, but I don't know if he realizes that him keep bringing up to her, like what she's eating, like over and over, it could have the total opposite effect. Sometimes it messes with people when you do that. You're like, well, you know, this has a lot. They don't want to hear it. If they're eating it, like they know sometimes, but if you keep doing it, show that some kind of knowledge about it, just saying. Come on, do better. 1 week later.
Come
Daddy, come play. It's a fun game called City. Yeah, we do that one a lot.
Gordon has taken the doctor diet the past few weeks. But some of the changes have been a little hard. But I'm making adjustments I need. The hardest part is probably the fact that the family's still eating the meals they always eat.
Me get in there?
Yeah, I don't see that.
Those damn families have weight limits, and even when I was a kid, I got my big ass on them, and I was definitely above the weight limit, so I'm surprised I didn't split one of them things in half.
It's not fair for them to have suffered for me to do. And it's a really hard diet for anyone to completely do.
Try to keep up.
And I think some of it's too drastic.
Y'all ready for dinner?
There are changes someone like David needs to make. Because Dave...
You are 18 pounds away from 600, and you're sitting here going, yeah, but that damn David, man, I don't know what to tell you. He eats so much shit. Like, come on. Let's be real with ourselves for a second. You're right there. You're a couple years away from being in the same damn boat in that city like you're hiking.
There's a lot more he has to lose.
But I've been doing a lot of weight management progress. I've adjusted my diet a bit.
Are you sure you can eat one beef and one chicken? Okay, maybe a half a beef and a half chicken.
Okay, just looking at Ben's plate right now, I'm going to tell you, if he loses anything, it's going to be like 8 friggin' pounds. And that's going to be it. That's my guess. He loses like 8 pounds.
I do have my cheat days, but even when I do that, I make sure my portion size are smaller. So I feel good about how I'm doing right now. And I'm working hard to cover and I'm making a good amount of progress. Because I want to help, I just don't know if I need the same solution as David.
So this is my portion size is way smaller. I'm doing so good. That's his friggin' idea. I mean, alright, buddy, whatever you say.
We'll be down now again in a few days for the next point. And I just hope David can go and get surgery. Because David has to have it. There's no other way to so he really has to do this.
David. Benji's not the problem. David's the problem. I was getting some of his accidental air calories that were being thrusted my way somehow. I didn't do anything wrong. This guy is just absolutely friggin' delusional at this point, but whatever, some of us are at this point. Month 2. At a local Taco Bell.
We're all headed to see Dr. now, so that Benji and me can have a follow-up appointment. And I'm feeling good. After just a month, I've made enough progress to where the drive isn't just painful all the time. But I'm nervous it's not going to be 50 pounds worth of progress.
As a professor of jigglenomics, I'm going to tell you right now, David is goal. Benji is F. He's going out way ahead. Like, to hell with a pass.
So I just really hope they hit the goal I need. I'm hoping that you did too. But he's not really looking all that smart than he was. So I'm not sure how much he lost. But I'm really hoping you will make it.
Cancer affects every part of your life. The last thing you should worry about is getting care. That's why MSK has care in many locations.
Is this all? Come on, do better. Try to finish this.
I mean, I don't know, man. I think I'm trying to pull a little bit with some loose clothing, but I guess it's 80 pounds into anything.
Feeling good about it. And I'm confident I'm see good progress on the scale, and I'm hoping it's the same for David.
No escape.
I know I need to turn my life around. This won't mean as much if I start getting better, but he keeps gaining and getting worse.
Nope.
663 for David, and Benji, I'm gonna guess he's gaining weight. I'm gonna go 587, because I think just like hyper-focused on the diet, kind of just effed it all up.
Is this all?
So when one of us doesn't make it, I'm not sure if we're one ahead and the other behind.
Come on, do better.
You better ditch him.
David is the second appointment with Dr. now, and I feel good about it. I had a weight loss goal of 40 pounds. Set the be at below 542.
I guess I was a little bit closer than I thought that you kind of guessed. Okay, he's on my left now. So, for most people, losing 11 pounds a month is pretty great, right? Basically, this guy might have stopped drinking sugar or putting creamer in coffee or something. Like, it's crazy how quick you lose 10 pounds in size. It's unfreaking.
Hey, stay focused.
That's a little disappointing. I was hoping for more lost. But I really hope David is his goal today. Because he needs to do this.
I will fight you. Oh.
It's
See the look on his face, though? That's a man that knows he's crushed his diet and knows his brother screwed up, so he's gonna have a breakaway, probably.
Moment of truth. I had a weight loss of 50 pounds. So that means I have to add below 67. And I really need that number that comes up to be below that.
That's one freaking pound. Isn't that 663? Like, I knew he was drop a lot of weight. Damn, that's freaking impressive. Way to go, David. Benji, not so much.
I can't believe it.
You know when you fell so much stuff in your life, and you finally found one thing that you actually didn't fail on for a moment and just grabbed it.
Let's go.
Heartfelt, feel good moment. Like, I mean, you definitely beat yourself up, and you definitely think, like, why did I do this to myself? And you think all these negative things about yourself. But if you could just start believing in yourself again, it gets so much better. I always try to tell people, Benji, at this point, if you don't want to change, you don't want to change. Like, people ask me all the time, how do I get so to the way? I got a nephew that's 800. Like, you just can't. You can't do it until you want to. I want to help my brother. You don't want to do it yet.
I put in the work. It paid off. So I'm happy for myself.
Hello. Hey, y'all doing?
Alright, how you doing?
Alright. So, David, you lost 82 pounds. That's great. In 1 month, that's very good. How do you feel about what you have done?
I've changed the whole way I write everything down in a book.
Well, I'm showing you that I'm willing to work hard, and that you're going to be contenders, so I'm putting you for weight loss surgery, alright?
I just followed your rules.
Okay, super.
That's a man that actually wants to live. That's not playing games. Like, oh yeah, time waste. Personally, I play little games first, so I'm not that bad at Benji, but yeah, Benji, I have to figure it out. Hopefully, he will.
We can give you a surgery schedule for next week. That sound good? Alright. Benjamin, you don't seem to have done as well. You only lost 11 pounds. So you're not ready. And I still need to see more from you before I'm convinced that you're ready for weight loss surgery. Okay?
Yes. Now hold up, we're doing this together. I'm still okay I wait to have mine after these prove.
So the goal is to lose weight. As long as you keep losing weight, that's fine. You can.
Bro, this is stupid. Like, I get the camaraderie, whatever. What if your brother's never decides he's going to get it here and you kind of start to struggle? Because dieting for a month is a hell of a lot easier than doing it months end, right? So if you start struggling, then that burger comes back as you described earlier, then you're just shit's great. So, but maybe him trying to push his brother will help. I don't know.
And wait as long as you want. But if you stop or you gain, then you will no longer be approved. So if you want to do this, I want you to not feel overconfident about it, then go back and drift away from the diet. And every pound you lose, decrease the risk of operation and ensure your success with the surgery. So I have no problem with that, just stick to it. And Benji, I need to be serious. So I want you to lose 50 pounds rather than too much. So I'm giving you a goal, but too much to do it. Okay? All right, both of you don't slack off, okay?
Oh, I wouldn't dare work too hard.
All right, I will see you both in a couple of months.
All right, thank you.
Like, I love how good Gabe feels about himself. The problem is that I don't know if he's going to get it here or not. Because he just decides he's not ready to do it yet. Then what the hell is David going to do? Sit here and just be mad all the damn time.
They will obviously be very well this past month. But maybe has to take this seriously because he is a great health and getting much worse for him rapidly. And I'm afraid it is his only chance to turn it around.
Seeing that Monday, hearing the doctor tell me I did a really good job, felt incredible. And I'm excited I got through the weight loss surgery. But I want that for me too. Because as I said in the beginning, I want us to do this together. And maybe we can get behind and we'll motivate him to do this meeting.
Yeah, but also maybe you'll motivate him to start tanking, go and friggin' Papa John's every day, like grab some pizza and try and hide it.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm fine not having weight loss surgery right now. But I want David to have it. So I'm not happy that he's gonna wait. Because he needs to get help now. And to put any of that on me is unfair. So I'm just upset about it.
He's not ready. Now he feels pressure. He thinks like, oh, now I have to do it because David said, yeah, he's just not ready to stick to a damn diet. That's the whole problem. People who aren't ready won't do it. It's just a fact of the matter. Like, if you're not ready to do something, you're not going to do it. That's skinny people, fat people, in between people, whatever people. 1 week later.
Amanda and me are excited because today and turned into home. I've worked hard to get to where I am, and I've paid off. But it's a lot of work, so David came over to help me. But I'm worried about him pushing himself too hard, because this is a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy and impressive how fast Dave is progressing. Like, I wouldn't expect this from anybody to get to this end 600 pounds.
So I don't want him exerting himself too much. I know David still wants me to work, he gets you bypass surgery. And I am working harder to try and hit my goals in the next point. Because I do want to help. But I'm still not 100%. I want to get surgery. But I plan to show him and the doctor what I can do.
Pretty sure the doctor now knows we can get him involved crushing 3 large pizzas at once, but who's to know? He got that motivation, but not David definitely got it.
I'm really proud of you for how well you finished this. And that's why I really want to lose weight, to hit the doctor's goals. And I don't think he realized that he has to do this, or he'll end up just like me. I lost my family and everything because of my weight, and now I'm trying to rebuild my life. And in a lot of ways, he's seen all his dreams come true.
Come on, you bet. That's right. That did happen to him. He did go more or anything because he did. His wife decided to cheat on him because he ate too many calories. So this man's got some kind of what? Try to keep. If your wife cheated on you because you got too fat, like you would have flashbacks every time you grab two damn pizza.
But the longer he's like this, the more he's risking this. So I'm trying to be there for him right now. You know, normally I wouldn't show up, but then I could do that out of it. But I'm hoping he sees how good I am, not just my progress, but his. And then encourages him to do more. But no matter what, I'm sticking on that diet. Because I'm not letting my choice to wait a little lead to me losing my surgery, for example. I see myself progressing, give gastric bypass, but I want that to do as well. I know I have to make sure I have this much progress or more, and I go back to see my doctor now. And hopefully we both
It's a good thing to say, I want this for Benji until you're blue in the face. If Benji doesn't want it for Benji, if Benji's not ready to turn things around for himself, then he's just going to keep friggin' getting blue raspberry slurpees, and then you're going to be blue in the face and dead, right? Month 3. Stealing my car.
I've been working to do better for the past month. doing more of the diet, I feel like I'm doing well. The only time it's really tough is when I'm on the road working. Because there aren't a lot of options to get food quickly. So it's just not easy.
Bro, I'm still shocked that he can do this kind of work, because you would think it's kind of, I guess, I mean, it's not that physically intensive, but being a tow truck driver is not the easiest physical job, right?
David and my family don't understand how hard it is to be out on the road. I work all day to pay the bills, and now I have all the stress of David getting surgery. And it's not fair for them to just expect me to do what I do without some level of compromise. I mean, we get two of the chicken strips, three of the chicken sandwiches.
Well, screw it. We're not doing anything. We're just gonna keep on cheat on him because he ate too.
Seeing that number day and hearing the doctor tell me I did a really good job felt incredible. And I'm excited I got approved for weight loss surgery. But I want that for Benji too. Because I said in the beginning, I want us to do this together. And maybe where he can get mine will motivate him to do this with me.
Yeah, but also maybe you'll motivate him to start tanking and go into friggin' Papa John's every day night, grab his own pizza and try to hide it from you.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm fine with not having weight loss surgery right now, but I want David to have it. So I'm not too happy that he's gonna wait. Because he needs to get help now. And to put any of that on me is unfair. So I'm just upset right now.
I told you he's not ready, and now he feels pressure. He thinks like, oh, now I have to do it because David said, yeah, and he's just not ready to stick to a daily diet. That's the whole problem. People who aren't ready won't do it. It's just the fact of the matter. Like, if you're not ready to do something, you're not going to do it. That's skinny people, fat people, in between people, whatever. 1 week later.
I'm really excited to see and her into her. I've worked hard to get to where I am, and that's paid off. But it's a lot of work to make it help. But I'm worried about not pushing myself too hard, because this is a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive how fast Dave is progressing. I wouldn't expect this from anybody who gets to this end 600 pounds.
So I don't want him exerting himself too much.
How about that?
I know David still wants to work, he gets by tester. And I am working harder to try and hit my goals at the next appointment. Because I do want to get help. But I'm still not 100%. I want to get surgery. But I plan to show him and the doctor whatever I can do.
There's a lot more where this came from.
Pretty sure the doctor now knows what he can do. It involves crushing 3 large pizzas at once. But who's to know? Does he got the motivation? Does he not? David definitely got it.
I'm really proud of Benji how well he's doing mine. And that's why I really want him to lose weight, to hit the doctor's goal. And I don't think he realized that he has to do this, or he'll end up just like me. I lost my family and everything because of my weight. And now I'm trying to rebuild my life. In a lot of ways, he's seeing all his dreams come true.
That's right. That did happen. He did need to go no, he didn't go more or anything. Because he needed to his wife decided to cheat on him because he ate too many calories. So this man's got some kind of what? If your wife cheated on you and you got too fat, like you would have flashbacks every time you grab a piece of pizza.
But the longer he's like this, the more he's risking this. So I'm trying to be there for him more right now. Normally, I wouldn't show up, and then it couldn't be that. But I'm hoping he sees how committed I am, not just to my progress, but to his. And that encourages him to do more. But no matter what, I'm sticking to my diet. Because I'm not letting my choices lead to me losing my surgery. I see myself progressing, get the gastric bypass, but I want that to do as well. I know access to it to make sure I have just as much progress as well. I go back to now. And hopefully we both can be
It's a good sit here and say, I want this for Benji because you're blue in the face. If Benji doesn't want it for Benji, if Benji's not ready to turn things around for himself, then he's just going to keep friggin' getting raspberry slurps. And you're going to be blue in the face again, right? Monkey free.
I've been working with you better for the past month. You're doing well, I feel like I'm doing well. The only time it's really tough is when I'm on the road working. Because there aren't a lot of options to get food quickly. So it's just not easy.
I'm still shocked he can do this kind of work. You would think it's kind of, I guess, I mean, it's not that intensive. But being a tow truck driver, it's a physical job, right?
David and my family don't understand how hard it is to be out on the road. I work all day to pay the bills, and now I have all the stress of David gets surgery. And it's not fair for them to just expect me to do what I do without some level of compromise. I need to get two of the chicken strips, 3 of the chicken sandwiches.
Well, screw it. We're not doing anything. We're just gonna keep on eating our thighs, eating our, like he's that friggin' KFC, dude. Oh my God. So, I guess the pressure is too damn much. His brother, I feel like, he's like, I just feel like I have to do this with my brother, I have more pressure on me, and his coping mechanism is food. But what is he gonna do whenever David weighs less than him? And he can't say, well, at least I'm not for David.
Large fry? And a large chop shake.
They don't really understand how stressful it is to have to go all day and work like that.
Over here! Here we go!
So I'm doing what I can. Even though I felt like it was fair with him putting the surgery on me. I didn't ask for the responsibility to have to do this for David, so he took me ahead. I don't.
He's not putting the surgery on you, though. He's postponing his to try and help you check out you without being had to. But it's not his choice. Ben wants to go down Shake Boulevard. Like, he can, obviously. He's going to stop and get a damn thing. He's going to do whatever he wants to do.
I don't feel like I got to do anything drastic against him. So after I qualify and David gets his surgery, I'm not sure I want to do that hard. So I'm doing this for him. Then I'll figure out my options. Because I've proven I can do a lot of this on my own already by losing weight.
That's 11 pounds. That's a wet fart for 600 pounds. What are you talking about? This is delusional hell.
I don't think I need much help to turn my life around.
I will
Me and Benji are going to do our follow-up appointments now. And I feel like I've done really well against this past month. And I can't even get the front seat without being across the pain. But I have no idea about Benji.
David is going to weigh less than Benji, and then what the hell is Benji going to say at that point? Because he's at milkshake. He was eating less. He's got all different plans, right? He knows how he's going to lose the weight. He knows he's going to be successful because he lost 11 pounds. That's what he's like, he's driving all his success now at 11 pounds, which is just wild to me at almost 600.
He's out on the road working a lot. So I know he's not on his own. And that's what makes me a little worried about whether or not he's going to be able to do all this today.
I wish they only would show actually how much this guy hates the idea with the while he's out there. They just give us a little bit, I guess.
I feel like I worked harder this past month, so I'm not really worried about my weigh-in. I had to work about 50 pounds. And if I did that, I'm below 521 today. 2.
Damn, I'm getting good at this. Oh, man, I was just getting smart ass, too. I thought I lost more than that. 3 pounds? 3 pounds? How many milkshakes is this? He just didn't eat this morning. Or drink. He dehydrated himself before the weigh. That's it.
That's a little bit of a shock.
guys like that vendetta better than that.
But the real battle is all
I'm really disappointed to see these number. But the only thing that can make it worse is if I miss my chances. I was 665 last time, and I had to stay on track.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to tell him, Ben, shut up where the sun don't shine. You can't freaking sit there and wait around. Look how the breath, Ben's wife looks at this point. She's just like, damn, my husband kind of sucks. You don't know if it's exactly proud. Look at this mom over here, just pumping up, ready to go have her son. And then look at Ben's wife over here. Look like she just sucked on a sour or something.
How about that?
I would have never thought I could use that much weight on my own. I'm so relieved and excited right now. But I'll be honest, this is even hard. And I'm scared if I don't get surgery now, then I'm going to start surgery. But I'm worried about Benji too.
I'm worried about Benji. That guy's still hanging out really Wonka and Fudge Factory. He don't give a shit about this diet thing. Just go ahead and do what you gotta do.
Hello. How y'all doing? Alright, David, you are down another 50 pounds. That's too much. That's good.
The fear in Ben's face right now, like, is that something to me? Is he coming to me next? He really want to hear this.
So you lost 141 pounds since first time I saw you. You lost only 2 pounds over the last 3 months. This is unacceptable, and there is no excuse for it. Even with your brother, maybe you can get approved, motivate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Benji could come up with some kind of excuse, like, oops, I tripped, fuck cake. I don't know what happened, you know, I don't think that's really gonna work. Maybe, candy blew in the wind, it sucked down my mouth, I don't know how.
Then they make privacy. So you still not approved for surgery. But then we have shown that you're dedicated and you're ready. So you should have a doctor and you're Do you want to wait again?
Actually, if it's okay with you, bro, it's getting harder. So I might need to wait.
Okay, great. Then I'll get you scheduled for surgery for a few weeks from now. And maybe if you intend to do this, then the goal is the same. Come back.
Benji just got happy because now he doesn't have to worry about his brother being kind of like contingent on him doing good on the diet, and he has no intention of doing it at all. He probably just did what I did. I initially went to the surgeon, which was like, yeah, it'll shut everybody up. Sean goes to the surgeon, so I did it. I wasn't ready at that point either. I was
I can turn and hit that 50-pound weight up. So now you need to start to take this seriously. And ask yourself if this is something you really want to do. Otherwise, there is no point in us playing this game any longer. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
Then you have one more chance. Got it?
Alright.
David, good job. I'll see you soon.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Benji's never gonna want to play knick-knack, paddywhack, by my bone. Like, he's not worried about it. His wife seems like she could be a little bit of distress, but David killed it for you.
At MD Hyperbaric, we offer medically supervised hyperbaric oxygen therapy designed to help expedite healing and recovery. Whether you're recovering from injury, seeking improvement for health, or managing condition, we're here to assist you. From managing concussion recovery, PTSD, and brain fog, to monitoring blood recovery, hyperbaric oxygen therapy delivers proven results. We collaborate with doctors to detect treatment choices for you. In Hyperbaric, call today to start your healing journey.
Thursday, it all unfolds like a lot more with this. First up, Bubba's flexing and this is they face business. Then, the Thunder take on the Wolves in Minnesota. Bubba's Wizards, Thunder Wolves. Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern on Prime.
I am happy to see that David has continued to do well. But he lost 83 pounds in the first one, and now he has just under 30 pounds a month. It is still good progress, but a drastic drop that will likely continue over the next month or two.
You guys want to know what Benji's thinking right now? When Krispy Kreme's hot and ready lights on.
So I think it is a decision to move ahead with his surgery. But I'm not sure Benji has been serious about this at any point. So I'm giving him one last chance. And if he finds security in the fact that he's a smart one, then if it doesn't change very soon, that no longer will be the case.
I'm really glad that I'm going to wait surgery. But I don't need to do this.
Yeah, but we can't ignore the elephant room, which is just
There's a lot more with this
Benji's not ready to have surgery. You're waiting. You're just going to make things way harder. Your wife has got to go about your life. Like, it's sad. Sorry for Benji. Sorry for Benji's wife. But she's not ready to do anything yet.
So that was taken away from this. But once I get my weight loss surgery, my focus is on making sure Benji does this too.
You won't be able to outrun me.
No, Benji doesn't care.
3 weeks later.
Here's my brothers. Going out tomorrow surgery. Figured I'd go to the last swim in.
I'm still down about the fact that Benji still isn't going to get surgery. So
Watch David pull and start opening like a recycling container. See the pizza box in there. Go over the freezer. See there's ice cream. Just try and stop it, bro.
I've been talking to him about how important it is to me that he does this too.
Nice work.
Because I'm not going to be able to work to get my life back. If he's still gaming, and he's still right in to risk losing everything, so I need him to do this.
Got you.
So, how's it good, man?
Let me show you.
Damn, getting a little bit closer here on both sides. But I mean, I would take back every single pound that I lost if I could help my brother like lose his weight and all that. It just doesn't work that way. I can't do that. As much as I wish I could, I just can't force him to do it. Maybe you guys can talk sense into it in the comments. Like, I'll show you all these damn comments. Maybe it'll help.
Since this journey started, mine and Benji's relationship, we talk a little more. So it brought us a little closer together. We're in the same process. We got the same goal. Kind of motivate each other. Now that Benji's got a pool, maybe we just square and stop by, we jump in the pool and a little bit.
I swear he just had freaking gloves. At least it's not bonding murders. They're actually trying to do something different.
We have a good time, just kind of talk.
So see you tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. I'm ready. I put in the work, man.
I know you do that.
Just waiting on everything to get through. You'll be alright.
Something you need to go through.
I plan to. I promise.
All right, I'm taking your word then. But
Shit, I'm
Here's my little brother. I would love to see him get his for me, but that's not the case. But I need him to do this with me.
Isn't it crazy how he's the older brother? He's sitting there like, I can't do this without the little brother. The little brother's sitting there going, well, at least I'm not as bad as him. He's big as hell. Like, when he's only, what, 150 pounds less at that point? One day laid off. David was wearing that weight loss surgery today. Tilly winks my tummy.
It's the day of my surgery. And the closer I get to it, I'm getting a little more nervous, a little more anxious.
You ready?
Yeah.
son of the father shows up finally. Also, I don't even think I got nervous, but I live in my own little world where I just don't know what's going on half the time until it happens. I mean, my girl literally has to tell me what the plan is every single day because I just can't go on more than a day basis. That's why I have a calendar in my kitchen to tell me what I gotta do that day.
I can tell my family's very nervous for me. My mom's nervous. My dad's anxious. But I'm really thankful that my family's able to be here with me and support me. Especially Benji. If they weren't, I'd be a lot more afraid right now.
See you later.
Bye, baby.
It's a major surgery. And there's a lot of risk. Because anything can go wrong, you never know. But I know this is going to change my life. So this is something I have to do.
It's definitely life-changing, but I'd say Dr. Now has probably done like 10,000 of these surgeries at this point, so you're definitely in good hands when it comes to that man doing your weight loss surgery.
There were no complications in the surgery, so we'll get him to recovery now. And in a few days, he should be feeling a lot better. He was staying on a liquid diet for 3 to 4 weeks, and he should lose 30 to 40 pounds each month after that. Once he recovers, we'll keep a watch on how he is doing. And if his weight loss starts to slow, that will signal to us it is time to start to address the emotional pathology that is at play with his eating.
Yeah, because every time this man eats, I'm surprised he didn't start a diet sooner. Because if it were me, and I realized every time I take a bite of pizza, my wife's getting pounded out by the neighbor, I think I'm going to put the effing pizza down, guys. I just don't think that I'm willing to get cheated on for extra cheese. But this man apparently just kept gaining weight afterwards because he's just an emotional eater. But when it comes to me, probably not going to eat more Pringles when I think about my wife getting taken to pound by the neighbor. I'm just not going there, okay?
Hopefully by that point, he will be ready to embrace that stage of the process.
Alright, Mom 5. Is he dieting now?
See, my lack of weight loss at my last doctor appointment was a wake-up call.
Look at you sucking on sugar-free jelly.
Alright, I'm bored. Time for me to kill you already.
This is all just be.
Here! Take this! Die! There! This will end it. Here! Here! Oops! Yikes! Take this! You're mine! Forget it! Not done yet! Oops! You fool! No! What's wrong? Die! Go on, don't over the trap! Not too bad. Why? Take this! Oops! You're done!
What now, 17? Don't push yourself too hard.
Over here! Guys! No escape! Shoot! Over here! Guys! Over here!
That's not gonna work.
No escape!
Is this the end? You're mine!
I'll show you the difference between us.
No! Go on, don't overdo it.
This is far from over! Nothing compares to me.
You're done!
Will not stand in my way! Over here! Sad.
I can still fight!
Mediocre. You're wide of no! This is far from over! You're wide open! Tough act to follow. I'm at you!
You fool!
I've got to keep up my training.
You idiot! You fool! I won't let What's wrong?
Not today!
You're getting good! No more screwing around!
This is the end! I'm not finished yet! Destruction!
What's wrong? Monster!
Useless! crush you.
Nice try. You just don't learn.
Not today.
You've got to be kidding. Nice try. You've got to be kidding me.
I will not lose my Have at A worthless spectacle. What a waste of time.
I don't have time to waste. I'll have to finish this quickly.
Not so fast! Not so Not so fast! My turn to go.
I can see your every move.
You.
I can see your every move.
Impossible!
This can't
happen. It's no. It's no. It's no use. Too bad.
I can see your every move.
Impossible!
I've still got some strength in me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Ready?
Here I come!
Stupid!
I'm gonna give you all I got!
Darn it!
Here I come! Why don't you get back down? Sit back. It's not the end! You can rest easy. Get back down! I just can't wait. I'm over here. Time to die. I'm over here. I won't take you best give up. Be gone! Look at that! This new power's amazing, is it not? And you fell for it. Impossible! Here I come! It's no good! Fool! Here I come! I can see your every move.
Wow, Zowie! Now you've done it! Dummies! Take this! Dummies!
Why don't you watch it, boys? It's my turn now! What? It's not the end! It's not the end! Not bad. No, it's not the end! It's my turn now! Let's attack! Here I come! What? Let's attack! Not bad! It's not the end! The fight's only just begun! Alright! What? Here I come! I won't! I can see your every move. The fight has only just barely ended. I can... Not so bad! And fool! It's stupid! Impossible! Here I come! Your shield, son!
Not so fast! You fell for it! Impossible! Not so fast! My turn! My turn to fight back! Impossible! Here it comes! My turn to fight back! You fell. Not so fast. Fool! It's no impossible!
I can see your every move.
Impossible!
I can see your every move.
This can't happen. Not so fast.
Everyone! Darn it! Whoa! Are you serious? Daddy! Take Wowie zowie!
I can see your every move.
Here I come! Why don't you watch and learn? What? Yeah! It's not the end! So fast. My turn to fight. Impossible! Here it comes! It's no good! Too bad!
Everyone! Look over here! Tommy!
Here it comes!
Tommy! Yeah! Die! Yeah!
Here it comes!
Tommy!
Why don't you watch it? It's not the end! Here it comes! Let's attack. I can see your every move. I'll unleash everything I got. What? I can see your every move. Just leave the rest. Here it comes! What?
The fight has only just barely ended. Not bad. It's no use. Sadly, this fusion has a time limit. So let's hurry up and do this, Majin Buu. Fine, you're not the only one with a time limit here. What? It's no use. It's not over. Let's try it out. You fell for it. It's no use. What the? Not bad. Why don't you? Interesting. 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 I'll send you to the next world with this Ultra Big Bang Kamehameha! Game over! Good! Give me everything you've got! Just begun! I'll unleash everything what I've got! You better not disappoint me! I won't let you. Interesting! I'll send you to the next world with this Ultra Big Bang Kamehameha! What is the boss of war? 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 All right. What is the boss of war? What is the boss of war? Here comes my ultimate attack. Still haven't won. Impossible! Not so fast! No, no! What? You fell! Give me everything you've got! Impossible! It's no too bad! Not so fast! The fight's just begun! Fool! Impossible!
Are you serious?
me everything you've got! Just leave the rest. Interesting. Not bad. All right. What? I'll unleash everything I've got. Give me everything you've got. All right. Give me everything you've got. It's no Why don't you watch it learn, boys? Not bad.
fell for. Your skills are impossible! Too bad! You... Give me everything you've got! Impossible! Too bad! What is the boss? You fell for. All right. Too bad. No. You. Give me everything you've got. What?
It's going to die!
Interesting. I'll send you to the next world with this Ultra Big Bang. Kamehameha! Game over! This is a tough one. All right. What? What? Give me everything you've got. What? All right. What? Give me everything you've got. I unleash everything. You can rest easy. I'm here now. What? The fight's only just begun. What? All right. Give me everything you've got. All right, it's only just begun. What? All right. What? All right. Not bad. This is the ultimate fusion!